Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are back for the third day in a row. I can barely believe it myself. Yeah, but today we have to do what we have to do. Because yesterday, after yesterday's stream, when I closed the game, I don't know what happened with the save files, but they got corrupted. And I cannot find them anymore. I believe it has something to do with OneDrive. The only things that I have left, literally, are the only two saves that we made manually before yesterday. And that is the one in the very beginning and the one at the very end of Saturday's stream. So everything we did yesterday is gone. The VOD is obviously still up, you can see it, but I cannot continue where we stopped, which really sucks because the week after this week, I am going on my vacation to Germany. And the only way for us to even have a remote chance now to get to cycle 200 is for me to stream today. That is unfortunate. So today we are trying to get as fast as possible to as high as possible. So on Saturday next week, or Sunday, I don't know yet, can't guarantee which day yet, but either Saturday or Sunday, our goal is still to get to cycle 200 so we can watch that crash happen before I'm going away for 2 weeks. That's what I'm trying to say here. So yeah, that really sucks. That means I have to stream tonight after already working for 11 hours, which is unfortunate, but here we are. If I want to get this done, this is the only way to do it, to at least have a remote chance. Now I try to need to remind myself, where the hell did we stop? I mean, yesterday I streamed for over 7 freaking hours, and I do not remember exactly where we started anymore. Looks like we already have the peat burners in here. That is great. We didn't make it to space yet, but we did drain the salt water out of here. That's right. And over here on the right side, we already had the 2 lump farms, so we did that in EP1. I can literally not distinguish anymore what we did in EP1 and EP2. So, yeah. Okay, we already uncovered the copper volcano. And we did make it all the way, or almost all the way, to the abyssalite. All right, at least somewhat I know where we are now. Let's play the game, and let me take a look into chat. Who do we have here? Let's get started with that. Over on Twitch, we have Sanity Astray. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate that. And on YouTube, we have Words. We have Anthony. We have Victor Milan. We have Jez. We have Right Leg. We have Mealy. We have Amory. We have Joshua. We have Fun Rhineland. Killjoy is here. We have 3C. And I believe, yeah, that's it. Awesome. Yeah. Obviously, yesterday wasn't that well. I mean, I'm already looking for it. Yeah, I'm sure that there will be accusations that I got rid of the save file, and I am happily going to live with that accusation. Yesterday didn't go well, but I had no problem continuing from there. I can guarantee you that much. I do not give up, ever, until the last dupe takes his last breath. 3C. Thank you very much for the sub over on Twitch. Appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, we had situations like that before, and we continued every single time. I would have done the same thing this time, just not today. It would have been next weekend. But unfortunately, that is not going to happen the way that I wanted it to. So, yeah. Let's get in here, and let's get started with our selection. What else can we do? We do have a Seacomb seed, 1 out of 1. Or 1, we can get 1, we already have 1, let me put it that way. And we have a Harold, a Marie, and a May. Harold, digging and suit wearing, is a rock fan and unempathetic. Marie, doctoring, digging, frostproof, iron gut, gourmet, and critter aversion. And then last but not least, we have a May, with suit wearing, supplying and ranching, is skilled in electrical engineering, has a bottomless stomach, and cannot do digging. Those are the 4 options, plus the reject all button on the bottom. You guys, of course, as always, decide what we are going to do. What do you think is the best thing? Let me know in chat, and that's what we are going to do. All right. So far, so good. Obviously, we already know a couple of things that are going to happen or that we need to do. So let's set some at least basic ground rules here. We are not going to change the overall strategy from what we tried to do yesterday. We are still going for petroleum. We are still going to go downwards. We are not going to switch over to biodiesel. We're still going to do the same thing. Obviously, again, a couple of things that are down there or in our vicinity we already know because we have already seen them yesterday. But there is nothing we can do about it. But at least we can be so fair to say we're not going to switch the overall strategy. We are not trying to recreate the stream. That would be impossible. But we are also at the same time trying to be somewhat consistent and not just go completely off rails and say, you know what, let's forget what happened yesterday and do something completely different. That is also not going to happen. Okay, same thing as yesterday. First, we need to get to the Abyssalite, and that's basically all. And let's take a look here. Let's see. Have you guys made a decision? Can confirm BierTier was a grizzly bear last night. Yeah, it was mad as hell. Love drama in previous stream. Me too. I mean, it didn't go well, right? But it was still fun. I mean, I still enjoy the game. I don't care if a few dupes die. It's still enjoyable. All right, what are we going to do here? We have a vote for Marie on Twitch. We have another vote for Marie over on YouTube. And we do have another vote for Harold. That's a 2-1. It's a little bit of a low start. That's okay, though. We're going to get there. We're going to bring Marie in. How about... Who are we going to bring in here? Well, let's see. How about the one that voted for it? And that just became a member over on Twitch. And that is, of course, 3C. 3C. Well, let's get you in here. 273. Welcome to the game. And thank you very much for the Twitch Prime. Truly, truly appreciate it. Let's check you out in skills. And let's see what you have going for yourself. Nothing hat-wise. How many diggers do we currently have? We have 1. We have 2. Why not have a 3rd? Can't hurt. And apparently we brought on Barris at the end of EP1 and never gave him a hat. That's fascinating. Definitely don't want to do that. Let's go improve farming. Yeah, let's go orange. Goof, you're fine. Victor, sure. Kitty, all right. Okay. So one thing that I do believe we should do slightly different is, last time we waited a little bit longer for the fluorine gas. I think that is one of the first things that we should do and try to lower this here as much as we can. That makes perfect sense. We already have the pipe in here. So let's bring this thing here over here to the left side. And let's see what is position-wise the best option. I do believe it's still up here. Exactly what we did yesterday. I mean, there was nothing wrong with that. So let's not fix something that wasn't broken in the first place. And let's put that in here. Something else, though, is power. And I think power we are going to do slightly different. We are not really going to use that much power. So there's really no point in bringing an entire heavy watt wire over here. So let's see if we can make it with a conductive wire. Obviously, the problem is the nickel with that. So let's see if we can do that a little bit better, a little bit smarter here. And I believe, I mean, at the bare minimum, we can bring the heavy watt wire further down. And the large power transformer further down here. That would at least have us some kind of pathing. It's not a lot, though. It's not going to be a lot, though. I still think we have to do it. I think another thing that we have to push a little bit earlier is going to be our metal refinery. Because we do need more materials faster. And the rock rusher just cannot keep up. Let's see, where's that thing at? Right here, we already have it. That's nice. I didn't think we did. I thought we researched it yesterday. Like I said, memory, after 7 hours yesterday, is completely shot in what exactly we did. So, yeah, that is probably not going to change anytime soon. But we did put it over here. That worked well. And we're going to do the same thing again. Once again, why should we change a running system? So let's do precisely that. Let's come through here all the way in. And let's put the ladder in here as well. Yeah. Another thing that we could take care of that we know is going to happen much, much later, obviously. Obviously, we had so many other problems that we just didn't realize what was going on over here. That was not the focus. We need to get a little bit of coal in here. And I think the perfect opportunity, what I planned to do in the first place, and I'm pretty sure in EP1 we talked about that we are going to put normal tiles in here to allow this area here to cool this area. We just wanted to wait a little bit and then forgot about it. Let's try to not forget about it again. So controls for new dupes. That is probably a good idea. He's probably already back down here. Yeah, we should put those in right away, like we did last time as well. Let's get rid of this bad boy right here, the ladder. And let's set that up right away. I should probably just hold off on this project here for a little while in the first place. There's no point. Anybody know if I'm dead or what version I'm on? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if you are in this game or not. Yes, you are. You are still here. Goliath, you're still here. Okay, let's go ahead and let's put in our pneumatic door right here. That will hold them off nicely for the time being. Just gotta set it up once. Okay, let's see here. Let's turn it off for... let's turn it on only for the individual dupes. Let's turn it off by default. Let's turn Jez on. He's fine. Goof is fine. Words is fine. All older dupes. Umdalek is already down there. He needs to come out. Who's our second dupe who is down there? Goliath, that's right. You should definitely be able to get back out of there. Not 3C. Victor. Killjoy. Yeah, Killjoy. Alright, that should be fine. That should be enough dupes. If they need to grab something that happens to be laying down here on the ground, they can do so. But other than that, there's really no reason to come back down here. Let's turn Jez on. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't mind volunteering as tribute for the refinery, but I think this was before the asset sacrifice scheme started. That may be, yes. Okay, slowly but steadily, making our way over here. Over here, we can already get ready for it. And kind of like we did before, let's make sure that we get rid of the ice down here. And let's just make this here our foundation. That should be good enough. After our foundation, we're just going to come down here with a ladder. And let's dig up some of this stuff here. Some of this igneous rock. Just so we can get to the layer underneath it right here and get all this cold. And that's where we're going to dump it. Is that a different seed? Cycle 67, it's not a different seed. It's the older save game because I do not have access to any of yesterday's save games anymore. The entire 7 hours are gone. All I have is the VOD, which is still up. You can watch it. It's on my channel. As it should be. But we cannot continue, which is why I'm streaming today. Bonnie says, wait, Beer, if we watch the live, do we have a chance of becoming a colonist or is it only for members? It is members first come, first serve. If no member volunteers, then we go to normal viewers. First come, first serve. Just for fairness. Lumi says, why over on Twitch? Yesterday when I quit the game, Steam said, syncing error, cloud sync error, retry. I pressed the retry button, it did it. Didn't get an error, nothing. Everything looked normal as it has happened before a gazillion times. I go back into the game. What do I see? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Actually, what I saw is not this here. This one didn't exist yet, but only these two right here. So I Googled, tried to find a solution for it, and it seems to be a potential issue, at least with OneDrive. So I got rid of that shit. But I don't know if that is actually the issue or not. That was at least what Reddit said. So now I have to stream again because the week after this week, next week, Wednesday as a matter of fact, my flight leaves for my vacation, my annual vacation to Germany, going home. And the only way for us to have a remote chance to see a bloody impact is if we are playing the game right now. Before next weekend. I'm going to stream again next weekend, and today is most likely the only chance that I will get during this week to stream. So if we want to even have a remote chance to make it to Cycle 200, this has to happen right here, right now. So, here we are. That's the story. Isn't cloud better than local save? You would think so. I mean, I have by default always cloud save turned on, obviously. Let's see, 500 kilograms. That's right, can't forget about that thing. I did forget about it up until I saw it just a second ago. We still gotta hook this here up to power. Let's do that, yeah. Ali, all our good nickel. Let's see here. How far can we go with our nickel? We can make it to here. I mean, at the bare minimum, temporarily, this will do. If nothing else. Let's just put a handful of mesh tiles in here. Plop another large power transformer on top of it. and hook the sear up like this. Yeah, that should do it. And that should also help with our decor problems, at least slightly in our main shaft right here. I mean, theoretically speaking, a single conductive wire should be able to power everything we need down here until the impact. So let's see if we can make that happen one way or another. Okay, this here has been built, so let's go ahead and find us the refinery. There it is, not the oil one. The metal one, please. Thank you. There we go. As that should be. And then last but not least, let's bring some power through here as well. We do need to have a joint plate. Put it in right there. That'll be good enough for our purposes. And hook it up. And then, of course, absolutely last, but surely not least, we need some piping. Let's see here. We need insulated pipes. Let's make them out of shale. That's fine. It doesn't matter. And let's go out of here. And let's just bring it straight down here into this water right here. In the water, we're going to switch over to radiant liquid pipes, make them out of nickel. Let's bring it over to somewhere around here. The exact length doesn't even matter that much because we're not going to generate that much heat. And then we're going to come with the insulated pipe back up somewhere, maybe a handful of tiles. Yeah, that should be fine. And back in a loop that looks something like this here. Should be good enough for our purposes, at least. Okay, one other thing that I kind of want to do right here is I want to have the dupes build a tile right here. Who is complaining? Who is down here again? Nobody? Good. Stay out of there for the time being. Let's get the metal refinery up first. Should I cook the save file too? He may have. It's probably Killjoy's fault in one way, shape, form, or another. That is usually how it goes around there. Okay, we built this tile right here. That's great. Now we can get rid of these tiles right here. Yes, I'm also going to get rid of the abyssal so we can get through here. I just want to get rid of this briny and I want to move it over to the left and not to the right. So I would like to do this now before it is too late. Okay. Very good. The tile can go now. Don't need it anymore. And it was a second too early, wasn't it? Damn it. I didn't expect Chess to do it right now. Yeah, that is what I tried to avoid here. Dang it. Of course, the moment he turns around, he immediately deconstructs it. But that's fine. On the bright side, it's brine, and we can just mop it here as well. Okay, let's make sure that this gets done rather quickly. What is all this stuff here? Oh, it's cleaning up. I was like, what are all these random priorities throughout here? I was like, yeah, okay. This here's picking up. We don't care about picking up. That's fine. Also, right in here, let's make sure this here's only shale. Actually, heat, not shale. Amigo says, going AFK for a bit. Have a good stream. Word says, WTF YouTube, why you no start stream? Yeah, that is a question a lot of people are asking. Okay. So far, so good. Just gotta get this stuff here built. Then we can get started. We just need the power to come down a little bit further. We're just gonna grab us the water that we already have here. That's gonna be simple and straightforward. And we are just gonna pump that in there. As a matter of fact, we're going to pump this water in. That's right. We already have this here available. So let's just turn the hydro sensor into the other direction, let it accumulate for a little bit. And then we're gonna fill it up. I remember now. That's what we did yesterday. That's the much smarter solution. Because we already have it available, might as well utilize it. Amigo says, yo, like and sub. That's right, we are at 52 concurrent viewers, but only 27 likes. Maybe we can get those two numbers a little bit closer. I would definitely appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Okay, yeah, down here, not a hell of a lot that we need right this second. I'm wondering... Yeah, I mean, what it comes down to is, first we need the metal. That we need to get in. ASAP. That's what it comes down to. Metal refinery has to work. That has to happen. So, let's bring our liquid pump just down here as well. Well, actually, we don't need it down here. I thought we could use it later to pump it out, but we are just going to drop this here down. This here is just going to expand slowly but steadily throughout all this ice here. What is going on over here? Yes, that makes somewhat sense. We do need this here to turn on. What's lacking? Right here. 2 pieces of wire so we can turn on our gas pump. That is something we definitely need. Rather quickly, preferably. Something else that we need is another oxygen diffuser that we are just going to put somewhere down here on the bottom. How about right here? We already have power right here. Let's put an oxygen diffuser down here as well. Well, that's too low, actually. That's too close to our gas pump. We can't do that. But we can put it down here. That should be fine. Still as low as we can in the base to increase the pressure and force the chlorine downwards. But at the same time, not low enough that we are literally just producing it and then sucking it back up with our pump. That would be suboptimal. Yes, right. After playing other games, I miss these stupid dupes that fail to do even the basics. That's right. That is dupes in a nutshell. But as soon as we have this pump here running, yeah, you're mopping everything down here, don't you, Killjoy? It's maybe a little bit overkill. Maybe a little bit overkill here. Okay, that is now fine on the bottom. Now we just have to bring it out to space. That is going to be the easy part. We're just going to do this quick and dirty. Let's see. What is the quickest and dirtiest way to do this? Let's see, just a manual airlock. Probably we can't just put it a little bit lower right here, maybe. Yeah, why not? Let's put it down here. Give us a little bit of extra protection. No reason to be that high up, probably. Yeah, that's fine. Right there, manual airlock. Let's put some tiles above it. Let's give us ample space here. Let's put it a little bit further over. Give us a little bit of extra room here for Atmos suits at some point if we need them. And then let's bring this here straight up, straight over. We're going to put another tile right here on the bottom. That's what we want. And last but not least, I want to dig a little bit further over to the right side here. Maybe roughly right here. That should do it. Just a little bit of extra space to come up here and then out here to the left. It may look a little bit odd, but there is a good reason for it, and that is to protect ourselves from meteorites. To block this entire exit here over and over again. It's just a big hassle, and we can avoid it by just building it in this little sideways U shape here. That allows us to do it very simple and straightforward. Big rock wallpaper. That is, in fact, a big rock wallpaper. Indeed. Also, the stuff up here is somewhat important, so let's give it a higher priority. And then let's send the dupes up there and hopefully get that done as well in unison with our wonderful, wonderful metal refinery here. I think I'll be caught up in about 15 minutes, assuming no further YouTube hiccups. Yes, that's one way to do it, words. I guess that's one way to do it. Okay, so far so good. We have a little bit of oxalate here that we put into our scones. Fascinating. Didn't know we still had any. I'm not going to dig any of it up. We're going to collect that later for purposes of using it further downward. The metal tapidizer. That's right. That is right. Definitely need us one of those. But oops, I do still need this here to actually be built. So please, let's get that done. How are we done? How are we looking in our schedule here? Oh, it's way off. Let's send, just from looking at it here, Jason over, probably. And one more dupe. 3C is brand new. That's fine. One more dupe down here, so the next one comes up here automatically and we don't have to worry about it. That's going to be good. I'm going to look at this here in just a second. Just want to open up the skill screen and make sure we're all good. Jason has improved construction and improved carrying. Yeah, we're going to go improve carrying, 1 extra point here. And Words is super happy in farming. That's fine. I wonder if the drywall pattern saved. That is a good question. We did unlock that cloud drywall, didn't we? I don't even have drywall unlocked yet. I can't even look. Once we have it unlocked, remind me and we will check it out. That is like a really good question. I wonder if it did. Choose the blueprint. Let's see what we have. Okay, we have a confetti suit available to us and 3 dupes. Dupe number 1. We have an RE with operating +10, has mole hands, and is building impaired. Then we have a bird with farming and tidying, is skilled in super duper hard digging, is a loud sleeper, and a plant murderer. And last but not least, we have a Bubbles with doctoring, but is a night owl, a caregiver, and has an irritable bowel. Those are the 4 options available to us, and we have the reject all button on the very bottom. Let me know what you guys think in chat, and that is what we are going to do. Why do you not use liquid locks? He has a mod for airlock doors to do the same thing. Yes, this here is, for all intents and purposes, a liquid lock. It does the exact same thing. It just saves us some time in building it, and it requires power to run it. Other than that, it does the same thing. It lets damn it, what is it called? Heat. It lets heat through. So it is thermal conductive, just like a normal one. But yeah. Other than that, just makes our life a little bit easier. But it does the exact same thing as a liquid lock. There is no actual difference. Okay, let's see what you guys want in chat. Over on Twitch, we have Figons as Plant Murderer. Could be me. Same here, trust me. Same here. I think cosmetics are account-based rather than saved, says Reese. I hope you're right. Because that cloud one did actually look pretty fancy, I think. We never got to build it, but just from looking at it, it looked pretty good. But we have a vote for the confetti suit on Twitch, another vote for the confetti suit on YouTube. Then we have Bubbles. Bubbles is my favorite and a good dupe. Bubbles, we know what is coming, nervous laughter. We have 1 vote for Ari, another vote for Bubbles. Yep, looks like Bubbles is going to be it. So, who would like to join? Who is not yet a dupe? Who is a member? First come, first serve. And if we don't have a member who would like to join, then of course, viewers come next. Bygone is first. Bygone. Thank you very much. And welcome to the team. Okay, let me check this here out. In skills, once again, we have Figone right here. Is very good at medicine, but that's about it. That's, yeah, questionable. Other than that, yeah, that's literally it. What do we need most right now? It's really hard to say, honestly. You know what we could use? Just a fast dupe. A really fast dupe with high athletics. Let's send Figone right here, straight down this path into exosuit training. Really, really early, so we can utilize them for going down there. I think that's a great idea. Figone says, yay, I'm trying not to die then. That's a good idea. I like it. I like it. Let's start with improved carrying, give you the hat, and let's go from there. And let's see, Bears right here is crop tending. And all the dupes have hats now. Yes. All right, good. Now we just need to make our way to space, build the last few pipes, and then go from there. Emery says, once every member gets a dupe, I volunteer to be your scientist mechatronics engineer. Sounds good. I like it. Jade Falcon. Yeah, the save file yesterday, the entire 7 hours. I do still have the VOD, obviously, and it's uploaded to the channel and still available and will stay available, but I cannot continue the game, which is why I have to stream today, so we have a chance next weekend to see the impact. So yeah. Also, for those kind of infos, on Discord, you always know it first. Anything crazy happens, or I am late for a stream, I can't stream on a day, something is changing in any way, shape, or form, on Discord, you're always the first to know. Kitty. Yeah. Now that everything's built, though, that should get easier, I hope. That's great. How much do we have in here? Let's see. 33 kilograms. It's not quite enough, but we should get there, I hope. Relatively soon. Our gas pump here, latest when it turns on, should make all the difference. Now that everything's built, let's bring this here a little bit higher. Well, what are we complaining about, dupes? I know the base over here is a little bit of a mess, but it should get better once this diffuser here is running. If you guys would actually deliver some algae, that would actually help, though. That would truly help. Did you test the mods? Victor, I had no time to test the mods. Sorry to say. I literally spent combined 3 hours or so trying to retrieve that nonsense. And other than that, just got ready for the stream today right after work. So, no, I had no time to test them. But I saw him on Discord, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. I will definitely not forget to look at him once I have some time. Let's get rid of all of these. And now the oxygen diffuser down here is also working, increasing the pressure in our base, forcing down the chlorine gas to our pump. Now we just need to turn it on. That would actually be helpful, I believe. Very good. Close this here off nicely. And then let's make our way up, up, and out. Carl says, great idea, I will take the extra stream. Well, I mean, we will see how that goes. The further or the longer the night goes. How well my energy levels hold up, but we will see. You're good, I figured with the whole deja vu moment they sneaked into the list. Nope, unfortunately. That was not possible. But yeah. Okay, let's see if we can get up there. I must be halfway caught up. I'm hearing Bier react to my original comment. It's always hilarious. Somebody just writes into live chat being 10-15 minutes behind what's actually happening on screen. Eventually he'll hear these words. It's fine. Jade says, reed fiber seems to be the big bottleneck on this planetoid. Yep, that is definitely a big issue. And to set up a Dartle ranch is just such a big pain. And it's not a pain. That's the wrong word. It's very time consuming to get it up and running in a manner that it would actually work the way you expect it to work. That's the main issue with it. But okay, let's see if we can turn this here on. Just basically always. And let's just fill the sucker here up until nothing more fits into it by saying below 500 kilograms, which effectively, again, turns this pump here on forever. Okay, now this will take a hot minute, but I believe strongly that we will get there. Worst case scenario, I can also pump a little bit out of here if this here is really taking way too long. But our power consumption should go up quite drastically once this pump here is basically going to be running 24/7. So that should be happening here very shortly. Charles says we did 7 hours last time. We indeed did 7 hours last time. I am painfully aware that we lost 7 hours worth of progress. That was the whole reason in the first place why I streamed on Sunday. Like, I had time, obviously, but the main reason why I streamed on Sunday was that I wanted to put in that time to get us to a point where we at least have a fighting chance to reach the impact next weekend. Yeah, and then this happened. And I was like, gotta be freaking kidding me. But yeah, either way, we will push on. Keep on Wheeling says, I watch on YouTube too. Thanks for your YouTube guides. That is awesome. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much. Lumi says, why? And rearrange it in the mid-game. It's kind of a pain. What is rearranging it mid-game is kind of a pain? Sorry, didn't get that one, Lumi. Maybe if we don't lose the critical dupes this time, it will shave some time off. Well, that is not the time I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual time it takes to get from cycle 71 to cycle 200. There is an actual real-time component there that I somehow have to fill with streaming if we want to see the thing impact. Or we have to basically wait 3 weeks of me not being here and not being able to stream. That's the time that I'm worried about it. Chris is back, says maybe build a seacomb farm this time. No, we will stay with the original plan. Otherwise, it just would be completely unfair. Just throwing the plan on through it. I mean, I already know what the map looks like. Already that is unfair for a blind playtest. So until roughly cycle 150, I just can't do anything about it. But yeah. At least from a general strategy, the general things that we did, we will do more or less the same. Just so, once again, it is somewhat fair and stays true to what the original intent was. We wanted to go with petroleum, we're still going to go with bloody petroleum. Okay, very good. We're starting to pump out our nonsense once again. And Let's see if that works out a little bit better this time around to get this stuff here out. Now that we have our oxygen diffuser down here on the bottom. Get exosuits or mask this time? Yep, that we can talk about. Like I said, general strategy stays the same, but obviously, gross errors made, I will correct. And I'm more than happy to admit to the errors that have been made. Okay, let's get us a little bit more algae out of here so we don't have to worry about that nonsense here for the time being. Because what we also will need is a spawn, and we are also going to do that a little bit earlier this time. We're still going to build it the same, we're just going to do it a little bit earlier this time around. That wasn't the problem last time around in any way, shape, or form. Like, we had it, it was working, everything was good. But this time around, we just need it a little bit, or we don't need it, we're just going to build it a little bit earlier to get it out of the way. That's basically the only difference. Okay, let's dig this stuff here up. Get all the algae out. All of it, preferably. That would be nice. For that, we will have to keep probably... Yeah, this time you're alive for just a hot minute. And get this here out while we on the bottom. Keep on going. Or wide. The yo-yo do pathing didn't help. Yeah, the yo-yo do pathing didn't help. Indeed. Indeed. Alright, that should give us more than enough algae if I just go 4 more tiles here in a second once they're through. And that should give us more than enough room to breathe. Quite literally, actually. Okay, let's rip this stuff here out and be good with it. Oxygen diffusers are diffusing. We can see it right here. We are starting to push all the chlorine gas slowly but steadily down towards our gas pump. Lumi says, I'm in production to usage ratio. I gotcha. And I just did 1 oxygen mask on my colony. The rest is painful planning. Anyway, I love micromanagement. Asteroid impact in 1 to 3 weeks. Yeah, that's, yeah, exactly it. It's hopefully in 1. And really, really hopefully not in 3. I will do my best to get us to that point. Trust me. I want to see it myself. I haven't seen it. I mean, I still have not seen what it looks like when that thing is blown out of the sky or when it impacts. I have no idea. I haven't seen a picture, haven't seen a video, nothing. I have no clue. Let's plop in some extra rose bushes down here. Let's make that happen as well. And also in our bedrooms, we could increase the decor a little bit earlier this time. Not that we have any stress problems yet, mainly because we're not sending the dupes downstairs yet, but we might as well put them in here. Also, how many dupes and how many beds do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what I thought. We have 14 dupes, but we only have 12 beds. That is, of course, slightly suboptimal, so let's fix that right away. There we go. 1 more. And 6 more. And 2 more. And good. Very nice. Right here, our exit to space is completed. That's very, very good. Of course, the vent is running as it is supposed to. Okay. Where it says, I'm not set up to stream, but I am down for the WKHS, the British software engineer, plays oxygen not included in the style of BierTier. Yeah. Oh, helium voice is gone. I must be in the present. That would be a disaster if I did that. Today I'm going to do thing as suboptimal as possible. Good luck. Figon says your dupes have way more luxury than mine ever had. That's what I keep saying. And somehow Jack keeps disagreeing with that. I don't know. Right? At least one guy here knows what's up. These dupes are having it way too nice. Way too nice. Alright. Let's put the door up here. And open it up. And right here. Yeah, that's fine. I guess we can wash our hands and eat it. Let's plop in the rose bushes here. No, we don't have enough, but either way around. Once we get enough, just put them in there. It'll be fine. Varys has a skill point. Varys has a skill point. Varys has a skill point. Good call. Improved farming is probably not as good as critter ranching. Let's go critter ranching, give him the hat for it. So he can do both, whatever is needed. He can help words a little bit with that. That's probably why he made me aware of it in the first place, so he gets some help down there. Killjoy is in pyrotechnics. Also can help out here. Also in crop tending. We have plenty to do in that department. Mark, if you're not working on grilling or masterworks, you can carry some stuff. Why not? And words, I really don't know what to do with you other than farming. I guess we could send you down into the general direction of mechatronics and at least give you improved carrying 1 and 2 to get your strength up, but that's probably about it. Words says, what? No, I can do all the animal cuddling. I don't need any help. That's right. Well, let's check out our priorities right here. Figon, cool, our only doctor. Why not? Why not? I don't think we have any doctoring around here, but sure. 3C, what did we do with you? I can't recall. It looks like you are going down the engineering path or the construction path. Either way. We're going to give you building. We're going to give you digging, supplying. There we go. Farming for Goliath. Victor in building and engineering building. That's fine. Up here we have Killjoy. Killjoy, let's give you 1 point in operating. And we also put you into farming, and ranching will come later. And Goof. Where's Bears? I missed Bears somewhere. There he is. He already has it. Very good. And the other execute skill, when I can get it, I want to live. Daniel is here. It's his first time watching live. Love your content. Daniel, that's awesome. Thank you very much for joining today. I'm glad you made it in here live. Okay, let's see what we have in our printing pod. Now, we have a Nicola with operating, decorating, and tidying, is skilled in electrical engineering, but is squeamish. Then we have Ari in rocketry and cooking, is skilled in electrical engineering, is squeamish, and a kitchen menace. And last but not least, over here we have Steve. Steve has a rocketry plus 14, is a gourmet, is a night owl, but on the other hand is also narcoleptic and unempathetic on top of everything else. And last but not least, our Pipsqueak. Those are our 4 options on the top, plus the rechecked all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you think, and that is what we are going to do. So far, so good. There's really not too much going on right now here, and that's a good thing, because I do want the dupes to take a little bit of extra time right here for all the shale. And Killjoy with 10 gifted memberships. Killjoy. You're literally killing me over here, dude. Thank you so much. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very, very much for that. Why is Clay not making the priority list longer? Yeah, right. Plenty of priorities to go around, yeah. But it looks like this here is ready. So let's see what you guys came up with. We have 1 vote for the Pipsqueak, 1 for Nicola, another 1 for the Pip, 2-1, another 1 for Nicola, 2-2, 3-2 for the Pip. Nicola catching back up. It's 3-3. Pip and Nicola head on head once again makes it 4-4. 2 more votes for the Pip, 6-4. 1 more for the Pip. That is YouTube, 7-4 on YouTube. And over on Twitch, another 1 for the Pipsqueak, and the first one is Nicola. The Pipsqueak is winning. Absolutely. And outright. Pipsqueak, come here. We already got one last time, and we're going to do with you the same thing we did with you last time. We're just going to put you down here in our little park area, and that's where you can chill. How about that? Cool. Get me a buddy to share a mechatronics studio. We will get you a buddy. We will get you a buddy. Let's see here. In K, I think I'm going to increase the priority for cleaning just slightly. Not drastically, but slightly, just so we can get this stuff here out of our living areas into areas that the dupes frequent a little bit quicker. Of course, not the stuff that is already in the infinite storage, but everything else you can grab real quick. That should take all of, I don't know, 2 minutes or so, and we should be clean here. What do we have laying around here? Polluted dirt that we don't have a storage for. Okay, polluted dirt. What are we going to do with polluted dirt? Polluted dirt could live. I mean, technically, there's not a hell of a lot stopping us from just putting it down here in this little area. We can't even make the path down here a little bit faster for our dupes with an extra fireball on the side. Sure, why not? And that also gives them at least somewhat of an incentive to walk through here. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's force them to go through there. You want to get down there for any reason at all, you walk through the park. How about that? Much simpler, much easier, much faster. Now let's set this here to polluted dirt. Actually, let's go back and set it to organic. What else do we have in here? Rod pile can also go in here. That's what I needed or wanted, better to say. Let's put that in here. Maybe not at a 9 priority, but maybe at a 6. Sure. Let's copy that over. And that should do it. I wonder if we could wild plant some seaweed and then fill in the water after. I would assume that should work. Why would it? Why wouldn't it, right? Okay, now we have storage available. Now we can get that stuff here out of our base real quick, and that should be good. Okay, let's get started on the spawn. We built it last time right here, and I think we're going to do the exact same thing once again, because why wouldn't we? So, might as well. Just this time, I think I'm not going to build it all the way over here. I think I'm going to build it a little bit offset right here and leave extra space for our large power transformers. I think that could be a better mousetrap, so let's see if we can make that happen. So, let's come down here. And let's see, once again, as always, I need to measure. Where is my ventilation? A gas pump needs to live somewhere right here on the top. Then we need this space for mesh tiles. Better to say, let's put in just any tiles for that matter. There's one space right here. Our doors are going to live right here, which means right here is going to be, that's not the right space. And we need 2 tiles below that. So that here is going to be our floor. That was the measurement. All I needed to know. I never remember how high this thing actually is. That's on me, but that's fine. And in gold, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then on top, we need a mesh tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we need the manual locks here and there. And then another 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we can just fill in the rest with insulated tiles. Put another gas pump up here on the top. And for good measure, a couple of tiles down here on the bottom. Rip everything out that's in the middle, including this and including that. Why not? And let's see if we can bring in here. How high is this here? 4. That would be 4. That would be 4. Let's make it 3 high. 1, 2, 3. And that's another 3. Can I make it too high? Nah, it's still gonna look like ass no matter what I do. That allows us to put the 2 in here that we want, and that is going to be fine. Good enough for our purposes at the bare minimum. Dupes, you can start building this while we are putting in the rest here. That is okay. For example, we need some automation wires. One that goes along here and up, one that goes along here and up, and one that goes over here. And then last but not least, the atmos sensors here, here, and there. And for good measure, well, let me put in an oxygen. The electrolyzer first. All 4 of them. Want to build them out of gold. Do want to build them out of gold. Just so we are not going to get any problems later from any potential heat induction. Getting the gold to build it to start sucks. Yeah, I start the same, but build generator room and air gen out the side of my 3-room base. Yeah, I mean, there's many ways to do it. One way how you don't do it is this way right here. Jizz. There you go. Okay. Put this here together. In the meantime, while they're building, you can put in a little bit of extra piping. We are going to go with, well, we don't have the nickel yet, do we? This thing here is still not full, is it? Not exactly. We do need to wait a couple of minutes. We need 800 kilograms worth of polluted water in here before we can start that thing up. We're almost there. We'll get there. It's all no problem. But that reminds me, did you have the gold on this map? Could you make some oxalite since there wasn't much on this seed? We do have some gold on this map, gold amalgam to be precise. We could theoretically make oxalite by converting it over to gold, so it would be possible, absolutely, yeah. It would be possible, yeah. C said should probably start construction on the test for Memorial Gardens. Yeah, that probably wouldn't hurt if we put those in preemptively. That is very true. And the only problem is all this chlorine gas right here. It's completely stuck in this area right here. You know what? I didn't increase that priority here, did I? No, I didn't. Let's see. It is going to introduce more chlorine gas into our base, but I think in the long run it is going to be helpful to have an extra wall coming down, let me think, here. Probably all the way to there. And let's see if we can do that rather quickly. Doesn't have to be super pretty or anything, but functionality would be great. So let's see if we can rip this nonsense here out and build us the wall instead. And see if we can block this left side here off from the right side. And let out as little chlorine gas in the process as possible, I suppose. Okay, this here is also coming along. The dupes, that's their only project, so we're actually building stuff, which is nice to see. You shouldn't actually have anything else that's gonna fall down, so you can start cleaning this here as well. That's great. William is here this morning. Beer, still working on your game? You sure your girlfriend won't get jealous? She'll be fine. She'll be fine. It's actually the reason why I could stream so much this weekend. That she was busy otherwise. Okay. Well, let's bring this here down a little bit further. Nah, it's not a huge issue. How much do we have in here? 300 kilograms. Can't mop it anymore. It doesn't really matter, realistically speaking. Did we put storage bins in here with ice? Yes, 4,000 kilograms of pop. What we didn't do is the airflow tiles here. Those are actually somewhat important, so let's make it happen. Whisper Show says, hello, Beer. I know this wasn't the original plan, but I feel spoiled that I've been able to catch a few streams. That is awesome, Joe. No, this isn't my original plan, unfortunately, but here we are, and we are just trying to roll down as many cycles as we can, while still obviously going for our goal, but we need to get cycles down. That needs to happen. Because I really don't want to go to Germany before I know how it looks like when that damn thing explodes. I mean, seriously, that's not even a joke. I want to know myself what it does when it explodes. Yay. Very nice. Very good. Let's slowly but steadily dig our way into here. And let's see that the dupes can reach as much of the insulated tiles as possible at once. They need to find this gold here, I'm assuming. Where did we even have the gold? Oh, right here. Right here's the gold. I was about to say the gold is probably all the way down here. It probably is. So let's help out with that just slightly, and let's dig out this little nook here to get a little bit more gold into our possession. That is a little bit closer than all the way down on the bottom. Are you at 800 kg now? Yes, you actually are, you beast. I love it. Let's snip this here off. Put this to the other side. And let's freaking go. Let's make us some nickel over here, will you? Yep. Full force. No regrets. Gonna go all in. Word says, oh no, oxygen is escaping into the chlorinated part of Beer's face. Yes, that is exactly what's happening here, as a matter of fact. Come on, dupes. Build me this tile right here. Rather quickly, preferably. Somebody with the skill, come here. Dig it up. And put in the insulated tiles here, please. Thank you. Still pumping it out into space, though, so it is not that big a deal. It will disappear one way or another. First, the carbon dioxide is going to go now. Since we now put in those airflow tiles right here, that's the first thing. It's heaviest. It's going to come down first, and we can beautifully see this mechanic here at work. And right after that is the chlorine as the second heaviest gas. Chris says, by the way, maybe this time don't make your shaft in a single straight line. Break it up every 40, 50 tiles. Yeah, we are definitely going to do that. We already put the first door in here, and we are going to do that throughout here as well, and put in a few extra steps throughout. And we will also take care of our oxalite this time differently. Stuck dupe. That is an issue. Let me see here. How are we going to get you out of here? Only way to get you out is to deconstruct 3 tiles. That is highly unfortunate. And you are our newest dupe. Actually, 2 tiles will do. And you're not going to make it though, right? Or if so, then it's going to be barely. You got to move. Yeah, there is no pathway for you out of here, I believe. No. Especially not if you first wipe your eyeballs. Yeah, that's number 1. No, he made it. He actually made it. I didn't think so. That's crazy. I didn't see him getting stuck. You guys have some good eyes. Well, he made it. That was lucky. He made it somehow. Let's see. Let's hook up our power wires over here. Snipping him off, though. Gotta be careful with that, or we're gonna turn it all on. That, yeah, we don't even have enough nickel yet. But very soon we will. I also wonder, why would a dude go down here to build? But, you know, just how it goes sometimes, I suppose. Right here, this tile here, so we can keep on digging through here. There we go. Make our way all the way at the bare minimum to down here. We actually don't have to go any further than this here. We just need to make our way, our shaft bigger, to come to this area right here to allow the chlorine gas to actually move out. Because currently it just doesn't have that ability at all. 3C says, in my defense, I'm not the smartest dupe in the printer. Minero says, brains. They need brains. Yes. Maybe we should go with zombie dupes. Maybe zombie spores would help. Where Doomsday? Doomsday's right here. Doomsday's coming for us in 124.9 cycles. So, that's what we're working towards. Again. Chess says dupe logic. This side is safe, this side isn't. Hold my beer. That's right. That is dupe logic 101. As we all know it and love it. Okay, let's finish this here up. Well, we can't. Not before we have at least a tiny little bit more nickel. Yeah, we do 40 kilograms. That's not quite enough, I believe. It may be barely enough to build 1, 2, 3, 4 of these here. But that's about the end of it, I believe. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna waste another 40 kgs of it. But that should be the end of it. I just like to have that available. I know I could just snip it off from the power wire. I know that works. But I just like this here. Okay. Do you think there could be mammoths to the left of the nectar seals? Have we seen mammoths on this map? I don't remember. We've seen a few Rexes. I think we counted 5 or 6 if I'm not mistaken. There is a mammoth right here. A single one. A single one. Yes, so far we can find or see one singular mammoth. Switches changed to lead? No, they shouldn't have. It should have switched after the last one. I did check on that. We did have 110 kilograms at the time of nickel, and we should have been left over with 10 kilograms after the last one. So it should be okay. If it's still an original, you can shear him once for reed fiber. Yep, we can shear him once for reed fiber, and I would assume that we can also shear the Rexes once for reed fiber, right? Not for reed fiber, but for a feather, right? What is it actually called? Is it a feather? No, it's not a feather. What do you give? What is that damn thing called? It's a feather fiber, of course. What else would it be? Why am I even asking? Why am I even asking? Okay, let's see if we can go straight through here. I know we don't have the material, but it will still all be nickel all the way through for the time being. The Elder says, give the Bamas fries, he deserves it. It said switch lead. Yeah, Dizzy, you were correct. It did say that, just like it did right here for our wire here as well. But yeah, I did actually, for once, I did actually somewhat pay attention. Here's the blueprint. What do we have? Let's see. We have a Stinky with building +3 and researching +3. He is skilled as a mechatronics engineer, but he cannot dig. Then we have 500 kilograms of algae that we could add to our stash of already existing 8.7 tons. Then we have a Maya with operating rocketry and decorating. She's a quick learner, an interior decorator, but has an irritable bowel. And then last but not least, on the right side, of course, we have a Wren with operating. He's an animal lover. He's handy, but he's also unempathetic and biohazardous. Those are our 4 options on the top, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you guys think we should do, and that is exactly what we are going to do as well. And of course, let me throw out the reminder one more time. We're currently on YouTube at 94 viewers, but only at 42 likes. Maybe, guys, if you haven't yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could leave a like. It would help me out greatly with our old friend, the algorithm. Okay, let's give this here a second to give you guys the time to make a educated decision. And then we hopefully can hook up our last wire right here. And we can also actually go ahead and build, at least in ventilation, some insulated gas pipes. There we go. Let's cut this here off so we don't turn this stuff here on prematurely. We wouldn't want that. And then let's go back into ventilation and let me put this here in real quick. Just simple and straightforward as we like it. And we're going to come over here to the left with this pipe. That is insulated. That is correct. All right, let me take a look into chat. And let's see. What did you guys come up with? I'm going to start with Twitch, and we have 2 votes for LG. Music Kitty is here as well. Welcome, and thanks for joining again today, Music. Truly appreciate it. Okay, we have Ren, LG, Ren, LG, Maya. And that's about it. We have Wakawa, who says, I'm doing my part. Appreciate that. Shaw says, liked it. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Fruit Bad Cat says, I'm not aiding any dupes downfall. I will not vote. But Ren here is our winner, which is unfortunate because I don't know what to do with him. But Ren is our winner. Now, who would like to join? Who is not yet in the game, but would like to die a horrible death? I mean, of course, would like to join our colony as a valuable member of our society. And it is Anthony. Anthony Burton wants to be in the game, and of course, he gets to be. Anthony, thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. Just name me Ant. I will happily oblige with that. That will make my life so much easier. I appreciate that. Ant, welcome to the game. In skills, Mr. Ant-Man here. What are we going to do with you? Another mechatronics engineer? How many dupes do we have on the path right now to that area? I think it's only 2. I think it's Jason, and then Victor is already there. I think we don't have another one. Nope, Music Kitty is also getting there. Alrighty then. Let me visualize that a little bit better. That makes my life easier. With the hat, that's their main thing. And Umdalek gets pyrotechnics. That gives us our 2nd dupe now with pyrotechnics. That's a good start. Hopefully it stays that way. As we all know, that is not a given. But let's come up here to our original dupe. And what are we going to do with you? What do we need most? I don't know. I don't know. And Whisper Joe, I will not forget you. You will be next. I see you. Let's go with... I really don't know what we need most right now. Screw it. Let's go with improved carrying. That always helps. Of course, in the priorities for you, we do need to give you some supplying, storing, maximum on operating, and tidying. And then eventually you will get down the path of an engineer as well. But we're going to start with the improved carrying because that helps us earlier much more than going down straight engineering. That's why I always use the improved strength first, personally. Katrina says, cool, don't forget to make me a meep to get hit. All right, that's right. I can't forget about that. You volunteered yesterday to die a horrible death and to test out what happens when a dupe, a singular dupe, gets hit roughly right here by this small friend of ours. So yeah, we definitely got to make that happen. Can't forget about that, Katrina. So yeah, that will happen. And that is apparently not the path for you to be. You also should have mapped that. Mopped that, not mapped that. And we should have also probably put in a floor all the way along here. Let's be very realistic about this. That is all oversights that we could have fixed probably a while ago. And we should probably do that now before it is too late for another dupe here. Yeah, of course. Walk right back over there. Do I literally have to put a door in here as well for that area until we get mobbed at least? There we go. Once it's mopped, it should be at least somewhat safer to go into that general direction for you. Ay, ay, ay. Barris is here, says 3 night. What's going on? Well, Barris, yesterday was a complete disaster. We lost our save game after we were done. 7 hours were gone. And the only way for me to get to cycle 200, even theoretically speaking, is to stream today before next weekend. Because week after next week, I'm going home to Germany for vacation. So, that's the story. That's what happened. And that's why we're streaming here and hoping that we can just get our cycles up, mainly. I mean, we just need to make it to what? How many cycles did we play yesterday in 7 hours? We made it from cycle 66 to cycle 150. So we made it, give or take, 85, 90 cycles. So we need to make it to, at the bare minimum, 110, 120 today to even have a chance of making it. So, that's the plan. Yeah, right here. Why don't we go ahead and come in here? Those 2 Rexes are literally only one thing, and that is in our way. Why don't we try to shear them real quick, then just get rid of them and get them out of this area right here. Let's come over here, 4 high, straight in, and let's just see that we can get up as much of this stuff here as we can and out of our way. Chess says, I'm on holiday next week too. Time to ambush Beer's beer. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, I do. This one does. And this one here is at 90, though. This one here does at 100. This one here is at 100. So at least one of them we can shear real quick. Jade Falcon is over on Twitch. I use my Prime here and YouTube. I just use as is. And then pop in here from YouTube when an ad comes up. That is actually an amazing way of doing it. That's very smart. I love it. I love it. What we also wanted to do over here is, while we are at it, we're going to put in a firepole across the board. Basically all the way up. Almost all the way. The rock crusher here is slightly in our way. I was about to say we don't need it anymore. That's a lie. But we can, at the bare minimum, deconstruct it, move it over 1 tile to get it out of our way. So we can put this here to the right height where it belongs. Those have cosmetics to redeem. We once again have cosmetics to redeem. I didn't even pay attention. Good catch, Chris. How many do we have? 1. Should we wait a little bit? I think that's our last one. I cannot imagine that we have another one. Should we wait or should we do it now? What do you guys think? Do you want to see what's hidden behind door number 1? Or should we wait another little while? Chris says, do it! All right, okay. All right, I'm on it. And we got a dreamy retro flower pot. A funky blue flower pot for plants on the move. Alrighty. Pretty sure we already had that one, but still better than gloves. Yes, Iotora, still better than gloves. We need new gloves. Oh, God. Also, we can change this here now. Well, for the time being, we're just going to hook it up here. Or, yeah, it doesn't make a difference. This is going to be a disaster, no matter what we do. So, let's embrace the chaos. For the time being, at least. Let's see. Just like always, everything that's lime should be on here forever. If you find it with a number 9 priority, slap it in here. Make lime out of it. Let's go. There we go. We're still making nickel. Down to 33. We put in 50 originally. And if somebody could build this one piece of fire pole right here a little bit faster, then we could also continue digging over there. Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. How are we looking in our base oxygen-wise? Well, wouldn't you look at that? That made a hell of a lot of difference. As a matter of fact, the difference is so big that we are starting to pump out oxygen into space. Don't want to do that. So let's just hold off a little bit. This here will normalize eventually, and it will come down slowly but steadily. At the moment, it's just that the pressure of the oxygen is so much higher than the chlorine gas that the chlorine gas just cannot force its way past the oxygen over here. So it's just a waiting game. We're going to wait until this settles, and then we're going to turn it back on for a little while. Simple. Okay, how are we looking on the insides right here? Because another thing that I like to do, and we haven't done yet, is our airflow tiles, and we're going to have airflow tiles, not here. That actually needs to be insulated. Can't forget that. But right here, where our doors are. And the only problem that we face right now is where's the impact site? I mean, son of a gun, we can literally build one more bedroom for our 15th dupe. But this side here is full. We would have to find us another location, but one more, we can do one more. It will probably take some damage when that thing blows up, but that's fine. That is actually way too far for that wall, but it's also fine. We need it right here. Let's bring this here back, and that will also then allow us to come with this here straight through and up to the top. The same is true for the fire pole. No more reason to block this here off. Now we can't just go nuts and straight up. There we go. And a couple of these for good measure. Let's do it, dupes. Let's make it happen. Here, there. Nice. Even better, says Chess, we got pot. Do got pot. Did you see the new beds and other blueprints? Do we have new bed blueprints? Or do you... Oh, okay, the stone cot. No, I actually... You're right. I haven't even looked at these blueprints yet here. Literally a Stone Age one, huh? I kind of like it, actually. And I cannot do that. That sucks. You literally have to do it manually. Not like this either. There we go. Let's make the top 6 here. Fancy stone one. Why not? Okay, this is coming along. Putting it in. This needs to be only set to the right without an issue. And it should be just fine for our purposes. Okay, so far so good. On the inside here, everything should be good to go, I believe. Let me double check everything in F2. We don't have anything in piping yet. We do have everything now connected to power with the exception of this pipe. Let's fix that right away. In F6, we have nothing. That's the problem. And in F7, we are ready to roll. So in F6, let's go in. Let's grab us in plumbing. Once again, our radiant liquid pipes. Just going to put those in as radiant always, because if you find a cold water source later, it should be fine. So let's see. We're going to come along here with this stuff, and then let's just switch over to normal liquid pipes made out of literally anything. It doesn't make a difference whatsoever. And hook all of this here up just like that. Okay. And then we need to make our way into the salt water once again as well. Saltwater geyser right here. That is where our water for the spawn is going to come from. And that should then more or less complete it, I believe. Let's close this here off. Well, can't quite do that yet, but in a minute we can. And then we will create our vacuum. Build our infinite storage up here as well. Well, let's do this here. For the hydrogen, we need the infinite storage right here. The oxygen is really not that important, because oxygen we're going to just pump straight into the base anyway. But the hydrogen we have to store somewhere for the time being. And then, yeah, right here, as I said, it's going to be a problem. These insulated tiles here on the top, I'm just going to try to replace them with something that has a relatively high thermal conductivity. And that is, of course, for a normal tile relative. And it looks like we have a winner right here with granite at 3.39. So let's put that in here, specifically in the areas where it makes at least somewhat sense, where we can actually conduct some heat. And that it would be in all of these areas, because the abyssalite here is not going to do a hell of a lot for us. But you know what? Just for consistency's sake, screw it. We're going to do it all of them. It's just going to look stupid if we don't. I was like, let's save some time and resources, but you know what? It's just going to look like ass. Oh, let's do it right. Let's do it good. And let's be done with it. And you will die a horrible death. Great. Okay, so now to get this here done, we need to put in stations, a shearing station in here. That, of course, has to happen. Let's put that bad boy right here. Why not? And then we need also a grooming station in here. Let's put that bad boy right here. And is the critter drop-off actually a requirement? I'm not entirely sure. Let me check on that. It literally just needs a ranching building. Really? Do I actually need the grooming station? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I need it or not. It will take a second to build and it will take another second to rip it back out. Screw it. Let's put it in there. Let's give me some power real quick. Be done with this. Why am I even thinking so much about this? I don't know. That's not what we want. That's what we want. Put it in. Plop it in. And go. That's what we want. That should take absolutely no time. The only problem is that I just realized... Hold on, the Rex can't get up here, can it? we should build the shearing station probably down here. Because, yeah, the Rex will not be able to reach this. So, let's fix it. And let's bring it down here. That makes a lot more sense. Yes, our infinite storage up here is full. Good catch, whoever saw that. Let me check. Did you fix your peat storage up there? Yes, we did fix the peat storage up there. I did think about that this time. Yeah, you're not gonna store lime and salt in here. It's only gonna be peat. Like I said, fool me once, right? That was a dumb mistake to make. And yeah, it's just a dumb mistake. It happened, but this time around at least we can fix it on the bright side. Even though I would still rather continue the old one. Yeah. Can't have it all, I guess. Let's click our way through here. So much shit that's unlocked. Good. Let's go back into research. Let's make sure that everything has been researched. It should be, I believe. Everything that doesn't require our applied sciences research should be done, and it is. That means our research loop is now technically done. Yeah, dupes. Get out of there. Let's still build it somehow. Yes, now our Rex is drowning. That's suboptimal. Can't do that, really. This one here is already stable at this point. I just need to probably do something like this here. And just extend this area right here. Screw the grooming station right here. It doesn't matter. I just need to get the water out. And the only way to get the water out is by mopping here before the Rex completely drowns. Okay, it ran out. Good. But down here on the very bottom, it's also going to accumulate, and our shearing station is going to be flooded, and it's not going to work. And a shearing station is not a farming building. That's what I thought. I was like, there's no way. I'm not going crazy. I thought we needed it. So let's put it down here on the ground. And then let's rip out one more extra tile so the Rex can hop down here. And it should be fine. That's this tile right here, of course. And we should be able to shear it real quick and then move on with our lives. What does Bear say? You need to get Shredder one tile up. Why are we building this stuff out of lead? The hell? Why do we use the nickel that we have? Wouldn't that make sense? The Shredder. One tile up. I don't know what you mean, Bear. Sorry. Oh, it has happened to me so many times I installed a mod to stop it. What is that, Joe? What happens to you, lot? It is okay now? Okay, yeah. Apparently I fixed it before I saw your message. That happens sometimes. Just how it goes. Still need the station in here, though. Where is it going? Come here. Station, grooming station, build it. Right here. Out of literally anything. As well as the wire. Then shear that sucker real quick, and then go. Where things are selected in storage. I see, Joe. That makes sense. Yeah. Is there a mod that turns that off, actually? Because that would be great. This here is not as stable right now. Because it is now 109 tiles. Bummer. Bummer. Let's just build 2 doors. And yeah, the grooming station we can disable. That is the correct statement. Wait. What? Our second Rex died. Was it? I didn't check his age. It didn't drown or nothing. Did it literally just die from old age? Oh my god. That is the timing. The timing. And that is the one that is not ready. That's all for nothing here. That's a complete waste of time. Son of a gun. It must have just died. Yes, we do get the brisket. And we will get more brisket because this one he has to die too. But that is unfortunate. Trying our best to get this one feather. And nope, denied. Our smoker is set to brisket. So we are good. Where we are. There we are. Ay, ay, ay. What an unfortunate timing. Oh, oh. Did I accidentally rip the ladder out? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. That was once again me on accident being overzealous. Let's see. You're not going to do this here. You're not going to have enough air. Except if we build only one tile right here out of shale. And give it highest priority. Let's make sure that it's done by someone that is down here. It's not done by someone who is down here. That is a problem because 3C is too far away. Let's see. It should still be. You're still deconstructing. You're still it should be faster to actually, hold on, deconstruct this tile here. Instead of having this one in a high priority, let's deconstruct this tile here next. And that should be the fastest possible way to get you out of there if you're not falling asleep in the middle of work. That is, of course, suboptimal. If you're running out of breath and then deciding to go take a nap in that moment, that is suboptimal. That is really not what you should do. Oops. And I haven't found a way yet to teach you that, so we will figure it out eventually, I think. I hope. Okay, let's build our infinite storage. We need, let's see, that is just going to be our roof right here. That's going to be very simple. We need 3 high, so basically from right here, coming over. Nah, that's not going to fly. We just have to rip this one tile here out. That's going to be fine. Let's build it. What's the best possible way of doing it? Probably here. Yeah, that's got to be our floor. That's the correct way of doing it. Let us think about it for a second. In ventilation, we need gas pumps, and we need 2 tiles right here, plus the wall, so they live right here. That actually works out great. And then 4 gas vents on the ground. This goes all the way around. This comes down to right there, and that should hopefully do it. A little bit weird, but sure. Last but not least, this tile here is to go, so we can then put a bottle emptier on top. Roughly right there. Don't need this tile here anyway, so that works out. You are stuck again down here. Joking. Have to be joking. Also, how about we do this first? Hey, hey, hey. We'll figure it out eventually. How to not go behind the wall that we cannot escape from anymore. Okay, we need our power wire over to the right side, and then in ventilation, we need some insulated gas pipes that come out in every single direction, kind of like this, and then we just connect these two together and bring them up here to the top. And then we can go one step further. This pipe right here will go through here, and then we're just going to build us a gas bridge, and the gas bridge is going to live right... We're suffocating now. And I think what I need to do here, at the bare minimum for the time being, is I'm going to break this here open, because this is literally where all the rest of the chlorine gas is stuck before it can sink further down. Let's allow the dupes to come over here into the base through this wall here and see if that helps out a little bit, at least for the time being. Okay, what I was going to say though was we need a gas bridge, and the gas bridge is supposed to live, let me put it right here probably. Yeah, that should do it. And of course, as we know, with our gas bridge right here, how it works is the gas bridge always has priority, so the gas will come along here, and it will always try to go up here. If this here is full for any reason, or there is nothing there, it will go over to the left instead. Pretty simple and straightforward. Allows us, it's basically an overflow valve, if you want. That is one way to look at this here. It's an overflow valve. Okay. So far, so good. Lots of resources down here. That's fine with us. Not a problem. Not an issue. But did we actually put... No, we did not put down here. I want to extend the ladder. And once again, like we did last time, that is actually a very good use for mercury. For infinite storages, because it does not freeze or evaporate very quickly. So it is perfect for just staying a liquid no matter what we throw at it. Whisper Joe says, yeah, it's called Deselect New Materials. I put it in the Discord. That is awesome, Joe. Thank you very much. That's the third one that I need to look at. And I will, 100%. And once I look at it and verify that it's working and not causing any issues with any of the other mods that I have, I will, of course, update the mod list on the Discord as well. That will always reflect every mod that I have. Also, we have another blueprint ready, so let's take a quick peek. We have the option to get 3 shinebug eggs on top of our already existing one. We can get us 2 tons worth of brine, once again, on top of our already existing 5.5 tons. And then we have 2 dupes. First up, we have Stinky with doctoring and researching. He's a night owl, but he's also unempathetic. And last but not least, we have Ruby, interested in farming, suit wearing, and ranching. He is a quick learner, but flatulent. Those are our 4 options here on the top, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in the chat what you guys think we should do. And that is, of course, precisely what we are going to do as well. Okay, did we build this here? Yes, we did. Connect, cancel, and then let's grab us some, where we at? Insulated liquid pipes, and just bring them out here. That'll do it, because we will have to come down here in a minute, and this pipe here will have to come down here as well. Whee! Alright, let's make this here happen. That should allow us to close it off, create a vacuum, and be done with it. We double check everything's made out of gold in here. Great. That's what it should look like. Up here on the top, let me one last time go through here and make sure there's no nonsense laying around, kind of like this here, the shale. And then once it's all out, I'm going to close it off, create the vacuum, and start it all up. Of course, one more thing that I can put in right away is also the piping that goes to our base. And once again, the salt water down here is very warm. And the oxygen coming out here is also going to be very warm. So we are going to have oxygen coming out here at roughly 55 degrees. So that's going to be a problem. We need to come and cool this here. And this water down here is a somewhat decent coolant. It's still at 30 degrees. We need to find us some more ice so we can fill up our storage bins here that are set to ice. We can also set them to snow, by the way, while we're at it. So let's make sure we can also put some snow in there. And we will dig up a little bit more of this stuff to put it in here to cool down our water, which then in turn allows us to cool down our oxygen as well. But let's stop talking about it and actually doing it. Simple, straightforward, like this here. That is all we need. And we need a radiant gas pipe that we are going to bring from here straight over to here, and from here straight over to there. And then we're going to say insulated gas pipe. One of the 2 is literally going to come through the entirety of our base, literally through here. I mean, all across the board. Yeah, all the way up to right there. And then here, 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 and here. We're going to induce our oxygen. And then right around here, I would argue, we just going to come with this pipe. I don't really want to block off a hell of a lot of pathing here because we do need to come down with more piping later, probably. So let's bring it up here and let's make sure that we dig too high through here. It's a perfect pathway. Also, bridges here, completely pointless. Completely neglected that they even exist. And let's bring a gas bridge across here. And let's bring this here further up, or one further over to the right, and straight up here. Kind of like we did on the other side, just right here, and right here. And you know what, why not all the way down here on the bottom as well. We're going to put in gas vents at the end of each and every one of those nodes. That will supply our base with plenty of oxygen, to say the least. One thing though, of course, all the things here that we do tear out, we need to put back in or it won't work. So let's make that happen, and that should be fine. Okay, now that we have this here, let's go back to the blueprints and let me see what you guys want. Where it says reject all. 4 types of useless, such as shine bugs for the transformer rooms, brine, shine bug, adds the core, true. Shine bugs, time to build a shine bug reactor. I don't think we have time necessarily for that, but it's a good idea. One would for Ruby, one would for Ruby. I vote for Ruby just because evil grin. Words needs a replacement, I mean a friend. Shine bugs, shine bug eggs on Twitch as well. We're getting the 3 shine bug eggs, and that is a beautiful cue to plop in an egg cracker somewhere and get that out of our system as well. Also, right here, we're also going to build 1 tile, just for good measure. That thing here is out, so let's close this here off once and for all. And let's make sure that these here are connected, and then they're done. And then this here, that's 4 high. Yes, we can reach it, I believe. Yes, we can. We're going to put it on a 9 real quick here. Make sure that everything that's on the inside here gets done first. Chris says, let him brighten your day. I would rather not. I trapped them in with transformers, no food. They keep dropping an egg before death. I mean, I can't really trap them over here because it's kind of an open area, and I kind of want to leave it that way. Because that kind of makes sense for where it's at and what it's doing. But I do see your point. Is there a good place? We could just throw him in here. Together with the pit, why not? I mean, it does provide the core, we said, right? Sure. Let's grab us our 3 shine bug eggs and relocate them down here. And is that all 3 or is that only 1? Can't tell. I literally don't know. I guess we will find out how many we will have down there. Okay, this is coming along. This is going great. There's Dupe napping. Because this here is not getting built. It's a problem. And the starving. Yeah, you don't know what to tell you about that. We have 165,000 kilocalories. There shouldn't be a reason for you to starve. Also, I really don't want you to pee right here. So please go to the bathroom. Thank you. Perfect. Appreciate that. It's only 1. It's only 1. Okay, then let's play the game 2 more times. Once. And twice. And increase the priority to max. So the dupes do it. And we're still going to build an egg cracker, though, just so we have it. Also, let me take a look in here, because, yeah. If so many freaking lump eggs, it's not even funny. Even up here is a lump stuck. Kill it already. What are we going to do with all those eggs? I don't have a good solution for it. I mean, we could literally just drop them into the water and just let them drown. But if we do that, we need to have at least something to keep us sustainable. I mean, yeah, that would basically be an evolution chamber to just chuck him in here. But we do need to keep them somewhat sustainable. So in that case, we do need to build us a couple of incubators somewhere. Let's utilize this area here. Let's build us, how much do we have? 1,400. I think we can afford 3 of them. Just so we have them available if we need them. Let's automate them. Yes, this is a mod before you're asking. I know you will. This is a mod that basically just replaces the timer with only when the egg wants to be hugged. It actually gets power. Perfect mod. Works perfectly fine. And it does the exact same thing as the timer would as well. Put that in here. Let's add some doors to the sucker, just for good measure. And let's also dig out this area right here. Once again, exchange of gases, 4 wide. Big fan. Okay, let's do it. And then we're going to set these incubators here to a high priority, of course. And then we're going to build us an automatic dispenser that I'm probably just going to chuck. I don't know. Or could we chuck that thing? Let's just chuck it in here. Sure, why not? And we're going to set this here to lump eggs with a lower priority than our incubators. So the dude should always take an egg, bring it first to the incubator. And if the incubators are all full, chuck it. Don't the lump eggs make super-sized omelets? I don't know. Let's see here. Lump. Gives us 6,400 kilocalories of a raw egg. Rex, 6,400. Shinebug, 160. Mammoth, 6,400. Oakshell, 1,600. So yeah, I guess it would be considered the big boy at the 6,400 here. Yeah, we will have to... Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. I was about to say, I was planning on just ripping out the ladder, but I forgot we are storing our polluted nonsense down here. Yeah, we have to do it differently. It's still not going to be a big issue, though. I mean, we could just chuck him over here. And then have him extracted with an auto sweeper. That should work. The auto sweeper range, can I see that? Yeah, easily reaches the bottom even. From one up it doesn't anymore. Let me put it somewhere where I can see the actual range. Where's a big nice space because I don't know that from the top of my head. It's a range of 4 tiles downwards. That's what I was looking for. That was the info. And this here is 5 tiles. Yep. So here it still works, here it doesn't anymore. But I think we can still make it work. Or I have an even better idea. This area right here. Yeah, that is what we're going to use. We're going to utilize the salt water on the left side of it. I think, yeah, well, with the saltwater geyser, it's not going to work because we cannot control how much is in there. We just don't know. So yeah, saltwater is a bad idea. We're still going to do it over here. This we don't need though. But first though, I would really like to start this here up real quick. So we can this here at least have it going. All these pipes here need to be built. And I'm just going to put in a row of insulated tiles roughly right here probably. Actually, yeah, right here is fine. It's going to look a little bit odd because of this large power transformer, but it will work. There we go. Like I said, will look odd, but will work. Then once we have that here, I'm just going to mop up the water that we have accumulated in this area. Probably not quite yet, though. That is a little bit early. I appreciate the effort, Music Kitty, but that's not going to do it. Pickled lump eggs? Yes. Basically, in the salt water, that's what we would have got. Jason, you moron. Get out of here. See? See how easy that works? Could have done that like that from the very beginning. Nope. Not possible. But dupes can now come back in here again and back out, more importantly, so that's fine. Now we can give the command to mob. No more harm, no more issue. And once this here is mopped real quick, we can extend this here all the way down, as we did before. Because once again, with the concept here, there's nothing wrong with it. It's still gonna work the exact same way as it did before. And that is, of course, what we were after in the first place. And looks like we're slowly but steadily getting more of the carbon dioxide and also the chlorine gas back down here. So let's turn this here back on and see if we can remove a little bit more from our base until the oxygen starts taking back over. We still have 4,700 kilograms worth of algae, and there should be plenty more that is buried in a couple of spots around here, so plenty of time, plenty of time. But dupes, I do want you to come down here, but before we do it, I wish I would have done it right away, but right around through here and there. We're gonna put in that door, that pneumatic door, to restrict the access a little bit for our dupes here. If we can rip that out here real quick, that would be great. And then we can put in the door, that would be amazing. Love it. By the way, I don't know if you get the Rex farm. Farming is not that bad. I mean, farming is not that bad. Just the circle for this here takes a lot of time to set up. And that's why I've opted for not doing it. And that's what we did last time. I decided not to go for it. So this time I will also stick to the same and will decide not to go for it. But let's see here. Let's turn the default off. Well, probably a bad idea. Everybody's in here right now. Damn it. I guess I will have you just stop here for a moment. All of you out. Now I can turn it off, and now we can keep going again. And now let's decide on like a handful of dupes that are allowed in there. Jazz is of course allowed in there. Victor is allowed in there. Umdalek is allowed in there. And Kitty. How about that? Jazz, you get the brunt of the work. Umdalek, you can help. Killjoy, you can work. And Kitty, you can help. That should do it. And that should work. Lamprolly says, hey, BierTier, have you done lumber ranching already? I'm not sure how to deal with the vines yet. Yes, we do have a lumber ranch over here too, actually. That's what it looks like. We can take a look at this here real quick once we figure out who's dying again. You really just, like it down here, Ant, huh? But let's look at this here real quick. This is not the optimal build. We just put it in for testing purposes. The optimal build would be one lower and longer, so this vine here can fully grow along the ground. Currently, the vine here grows 12 long in each direction. We can see this here. It's 7. And I don't want to actually rip it out, though. It's 7 plus 3 plus 2 makes once again 12, of course. And if this here would be all a little bit longer, it could be a little bit flatter, and that would work. Yeah. Victor is correct. He did, but I don't think he has messed much with it. Yes, we didn't have too much time yet to mess with a lot of things, really, honestly. So, this is the best thing we could come up with in the short term, because I did not know at the time when I built this how the node works. I did not know how far it goes, so we tested that. It goes 12. And yeah, now we know. No, I thought the stomping would have knocked him off the ceiling, but it doesn't. That would be funny. No research focus selected. Beer says words. I can select any and everything here, but nothing will happen because we currently do not have applied sciences research. Also, Dukes, can we finish this here real quick? Is that an option? There's a random mopping here in the middle of the air. That's cool. We're gonna say liquid mercury number 9 enable water bottle. Let's bring us some mercury over here. Now that this tile here is being built, now we can. Okay, the dupes are now allowed to come in here, so let's come back down here, all the way straight. Let's once again go ahead and tell the dupes to dig all this nonsense here out and make this here a nice straight. Dig a little bit deeper for our pump. Put in our 2 desalinators, and that is it. Simple and straightforward, as we like. Who's gonna bring the mercury? Nobody yet, okay. But somebody's bringing the gold, and at least that is worth something. But how about the walls? They don't harvest those at the ceiling, right? No, they're not. The dupes could. So I could set this here up for the dupes to harvest it. Well, it is actually. It really shouldn't be. Actually a mistake. It should be set up like this here. Everything on the ground should not be harvested by dupes, but these here are allowed to. Kind of like up here. Because these here cannot be harvested by the lumps. So the dupes can do it themselves if they feel like it. Okay, how's our metal refinery doing here? Not very good. I mean, it's doing very well actually, but it's not actually producing anything. Let's see if we can get our hands over here on a kiln. Again, same thing as last time. I'm not changing anything drastic here on the way how we did it. Let's just put you over here. That's fine. You will need another piece of ladder. That's also fine. Nice here, instead of all this super cold stuff. And let's just create us a tiny, tiny little bit of, what is the freaking thing called? Refined carbon. So we have it available once we need it. But it's really, really not important. What's more important is to get down here and to finish all of our piping. That's what we need. Once we have that, we can go lower. And look at this here. More of this nonsense here is getting pumped out. And slowly but steadily, Ant can also start breathing in his favorite place. Isn't it nice? Then Prolly says, I wonder if a zigzag pattern of the floor make it more efficient. If stomping works for those at the corners, I could make a sandbox game and test it out. I don't think that should be a problem, yeah? I don't think that would be an issue. I don't know if that would make it more efficient, though, because it would still be the same pathing, just that the lump now has to jump up and down one. So I don't think if that would make a difference here. Yeah, I just did that one on right here in this corner, but it can't do this one right here. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it would be more efficient. I think it would work, but I don't think it would be more efficient. Let me put it that way. Those are at least my thought. Here's another lump. What are you doing here? What the what? These here are getting built now too. That's great. Down here on the bottom, not a hell of a lot that's being done. This here. How are we on errands? No pending deliveries. Because we still haven't built the pitcher pump. Why? Killjoy, get down here. Build the pitcher pump real quick for us, will you? That would be amazing, honestly. Jasmine wasn't bad, Craig. I have just more time. Oh, you're totally fine. Ugh, I don't mind answering questions in any way, shape, or form. I didn't perceive that as mean or backseat gaming or anything of that. Anything like that at all. Let's mob this. Let's build this. Can we build this? Umdalek is helping. Okay, words is coming. Building the ladder. Cool. Now we just need the pitcher pump. That would be great. I don't know. What's so hard about building this? Do I literally have to do it like this? I know it's far away from the base, and I know it's tedious, and I know it's annoying to get down here. I understand. But it still needs to get done, though. We just have very, very little oxygen, though. Yeah, because it's all stuck right here. Look at this. Liquid chlorine. There's actually a liquid lock that captures all of the polluted oxygen in the shaft. That's funny as hell. That is actually funny as hell. Let's kill that. Let's kill that with fire. There we go. Now we're building it. Now we have a pitcher pump. Now we can turn that nonsense here back off. And now we can maybe also relieve all this polluted oxygen here. That would be amazing, honestly. There we go. Let's rip this one here also out for good measure. And let's see up here on the top. Not that they're bringing 200 kilograms up there. That would be suboptimal. Looks like nobody's coming quite yet. Okay, this here's gone. We can rip this here out as well. To help out. 2 layers liquid lock. Yep. Naturally formed. That was the amazing part about it. Not that it's there, but that it naturally formed. That's nice to see. Especially with liquid chlorine. Amazing. Yeah. Killjoy. I'm just going to give you this here real quick so we can get this here done. And it's out of our way. Because I have to stare at it. It's the only way to do it. Let's give him 10x speed so he can get it going. Let's see. Perfect timing. He brought it. It's in there. And right here, we already have the first little bit in here. That's already more than enough, as a matter of fact. Let's turn it off. 3,500 kilograms. Over here, we have a little bit of carbon dioxide stuck. That's fine. We can fix that very simply by turning on this bad boy right here a little bit prematurely. Not a big deal. Let's bring this here over here. And then last but not least, we will need a conductive bridge that just lives right here. And let's make sure we turn this here on right away. Katrina, beer, the peat storage, is it just set to peat? Yes, the peat storage is just set to peat. Yes. Sorry, I missed your message. Yes, all 3 of them are set to only peat, as it should be. We did fix that. We did fix that this time around. So, we do need these gas pumps here to turn on for just a moment. And for that, we of course need this wire right here. And then we also need the gas vent. Kind of should that put on a higher priority as well, probably. Or the gas pumps are not going to do us much good here. It will suck up this carbon dioxide, pump it out there real quick, get rid of it, and allow the mercury to spread. At least that's the master plan here. Let's see. There we go. It's going down. The mercury is in. And now we can just go ahead and snip it back off. Do not waste any more energy than we actually have to. Now we can take a look here. We are at 2,500 grams. That's actually pretty damn close to what we are looking for. So let's bring a dupe over here and have that dupe mop for a couple of seconds. And let's make sure that this last tile here gets as close as possible to 2,000 before we cancel this here. And then tell the dupes to put in the last 2 rows. Perfect. Our infinite storage is ready to rock and roll. On the other hand, right here, this is looking decent. I actually like it. And I think for the time being, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this here to never ever turn on, which is above 20,000. That's never going to happen. And here we're going to say below 1,000, or let's say below max. And copy the settings over here. The only thing that I would like to avoid if I can is an F7. Sorry, not an F7, is an automation. I want to snip this here off, which will leave these two pumps here off. They don't have a connection. I don't want to put anything into those empty pipes right here, so I don't have to deal with it later. These four here will go straight into our base. So whatever is in here will just end up in our base once we do something like this. All right, let's create the vacuum in here. So we are another step closer to what we want to do. All right, build our walls, and then we will see how much mercury we end up with in here. And it looks to be about 1,200 grams. We have a maximum of 2,000. We are always aiming for the middle or higher. That is perfect. Couldn't be much better than what we have right now. Let's hook this here back up and create a vacuum here as well. That should take mere seconds. All right. And now that we don't need anything anymore, we have the vacuum. These pumps here have no more purpose for the time being. We are just going to make sure they do nothing. All right. Katrina says, how come you only 2 tiles instead of 4? What are you referring to, Katrina? I'm not sure. Victor, sure, go ahead. Slap it on the Discord. Always happy to look at anything you guys want to slap on the Discord. That's what it's here for. To talk to me directly, if you choose to do so, or to anyone else of the other 618 people that are currently on our Discord. So if you have any questions about oxygen not included, or you want to help any newcomers, feel free to join the Discord. It's always a great time hanging out on there. And it's, of course, gotta mention that, free, and it will stay free as long as I have anything to say about it. So, let's put these here in, and look at this here. Now the Forgotten Blueprint is ready. I keep saying Forgotten Blueprint because when I hover over it, it says Forgotten. So annoying. Bossy, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate that. But, what was I saying? Blueprint from our Forgotten Printing pod. First, sand. We have a total of 3,000 kilograms that we can add to our already existing 39.5 tons. And then we have 3 dupes. First up, we have Frankie right here. Frankie is interested in decorating. He's a gourmet, a caregiver, but at the same time, he's also biohazardous and has a critter aversion. And then we have May, with rocketry and supplying. He's an interior decorator, but also a kitchen menace and has a bottomless stomach. And then last but not least, we have Ada on the right with farming and ranching. Is also a gourmet, but is also biohazardous. Those are our 4 options right here, plus a reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what you guys think in chat, and that's what we are going to do. Oxygen chamber, between the 2 doors in the oxygen chamber. You mean right here? Why this is 3? Usually people ask me why I put my pump up here on the top. That's usually the question I get. Well, I need 3 because then I can put my pump down here while at the same time having 1 spot open to fill it up with hydrogen. Speaking of hydrogen, that looks like it's all that we have left. Is that the actual case? Turn this here off, because if that is the case, hell yeah, then we're gonna take it. It's not a hell of a lot, but sure. We want hydrogen in here. We're gonna take that all day long. Twice on Sunday. No questions asked. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. While you guys are deciding what we are going to get out of our printing pod, I am going to go ahead and slap in our desalinator build in the meantime. It's super simple and straightforward. We just need to make sure that we build it all out of gold, or it will all overheat, and that is the last thing we want, of course. So let me put the liquid pump right here. That should do it. Let me hook up some plumbing to it. Normal liquid pipes will do. We are just going to come over here to the right and then down. Yes, we need to put in a new floor. I know that will have to happen, and it will. Out the top to the right, and then right around, probably around here, yeah. Better too early than too late. We're going to go insulated, and we're going to go up. I don't want this here to accidentally turn on without me knowing about it, so let's make sure that does not happen. And then right here we have 2400 watts. How much is one of those desalinators? I can't remember. 480? That could actually do it. This one wire is the one going down. Yeah, you know what? we are not coming down here that often. We should be able to come down here with the heavy watt wire. The dupe should only have to come down here to empty out the desalinators, and that should be it at the end of the day. So it should be fine to just utilize the heavy watt wire for right now, at least. Okay, while the dupes are building, let's take a look at what you guys decided. Over on Twitch, we have a vote for Reject All and another one for Ada. All right, now, YouTube, what do you guys have to say? We have one vote for Saint, one vote for Ada, one vote for Saint, one vote for Saint, one vote for Ada, one vote for Ada. That makes 1, 2, 3, 4 Saints. It makes 1, 2, 3, 4 Adas and 1 Reject All. So currently Saint and Ada are actually tied at a 4-4. Guys, I need someone to break the tie here, please. So yeah, let's do that. You're all making Anakin angry. No to Saint. Says cheese bread. What the hell? That's too funny. That's literally too funny. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes for Ada, plus 1 for Saint. 1 for Saint, Ada it is. We need a dupe for Ada. Who did we want to bring on? That was Whispered Show. Whispered Show, do you want to still join? BierTier says probably Saint. Yes, probably Saint. I want to cuddle some lumps. He wants to cuddle some lumps. He gets to cuddle some lumps. So let me get that Whisper Joe. Welcome to the game as our newest victim. I mean, member of our valued society, of course. Valued member of our great society. That's the right way to say. Okay, where are we at? Joe, sure. You want lumps? You get lumps. How about that? Let's take a look through here while we are at it. We have 3C, super duper hard digging, or super hard digging. Not super duper yet, but we're getting there eventually. Demolition, sure, you keep the hat though. Goof, fine. Goliath, cool. Jason, questionable, but decent. Music Kitty, great. Bygone, amazing. Victor Milan, I don't know what to do with you. Kinda really don't know what to do with you. Probably building. Words, carrying, done. All right, more building. Very, very good. Very, very nice. That should do it. Now, there's one more thing that we need to consider. We will eventually need another infinite storage for our oxygen. We can just plop it anywhere. For the time being, we won't need it, so it's not that high of a priority in my book. But I am aware that we need it. It will come eventually. Then right here, all along here, we are just going to put in, you know what, frick it. All along here, we're just going to put in our beautiful, wonderful personal tiles here to help our dupes a little bit of walking speed, if nothing else. Why you do this bed setup, my friend? This bed setup right here? I don't know. I've always used it. It's my favorite setup. It works. It's easy to build. It's pleasing to the eyeball. There's nothing wrong with it. Why fix a running system? That's my answer to that question. I've been literally using this for years and years and years. I don't even know if I came up with that or if I saw it on YouTube somewhere from somebody else. It has been so long. I literally don't. If there is credit to give and I would remember, I would. But I don't. Okay, desalinators are coming in slowly but steadily. We just gotta turn it on here in a minute and we should be fine. On the bright side also, that will also relieve this here. Something that we also didn't do yesterday, but we should have probably, is to put in some hydrogen generators up here on the top to help out a tiny little bit with our power production. That is unfortunate here. Let me build it the other way around. I'd rather have him lined up on the right side than on the left. I don't know. I feel like that would look better. Still not optimal, but better than nothing. So let's put this in here so we have it. Let's make sure it's also connected to our... Not it. I don't know why, but somehow I always associate automation with F7. It is some messed up muscle memory in my brain. that I just cannot get rid of for the life of me. One day I will figure out that F7 is not automation. Poe says, okay, first time I see, looks clean. Yeah. Clean, easy, straightforward. The only downside is that you have to expand it a little bit because the size is not quite big enough for private bedrooms. But that is still a remnant from before private bedrooms existed. That's how old this design is. I don't know, I don't remember when private bedrooms were introduced, but they didn't used to exist. And this here was perfect in that time frame. And I still have not changed it to today because even today I barely ever build a private bedroom because it's complete overkill in the first place. Do you connect them to different batteries or is one battery for all of them better? I'm always confused about that, says Victor. Well, that is a really good question because it really depends on what you want to do. If you want to have them all run at the same time always and just turn on for a shorter time, then you can set it up like I just did. If you have one way of power production that you prefer over another, then it does make sense to use more than one and separate them. Because you can say, for example, let's say you have an insane amount of hydrogen available, but you don't have a lot of peat, and you want the hydrogen to be used, you can set one up to a low threshold of 10, and you can set the one up for the peat to a low threshold of 5. Which means the peat should only ever turn on if the hydrogen generators cannot handle the load by themselves. That is the shortest possible explanation that I could come up with here. So, there it is. I hope that makes sense. Okay, let's put this here in. Again, not that high of a priority, but it's a nice to have, if nothing else. Also, we will need to come in here with this pipe and bring it along. Something like this here. And connect it all up. Also, how is the temperature in here now? Down here on the bottom, we're at 53 degrees. And down here, up here on the top, we're at 1.4 degrees here. Kind of saw that coming, I suppose. I'm wondering if this here will eventually be good enough to let enough heat or let enough cold in, heat out, however you want to look at it. Worst case scenario, we may have to beef it up with a couple of metal tiles or potentially put the metal tiles along this path right here. So we don't have to actively cool it anytime soon. That would be at least the plan here. Also, just to be safe, I'm going to probably rebuild this here. I don't have gold yet. Need to make us just a handful of gold so we have it available. Rebuild the smart battery here out of gold because down here on the bottom we are at 50 degrees and I don't want to see 75 anytime soon. Interesting, intergalactic shot does 10 damage. Yep, it does 10 damage. You need 100 shots. Is that airlock door a mod or is it a new door? This is a mod and it's literally called the airlock door mod. It's one of my favorite mods. It just is a quality of life mod that basically replaces a liquid lock with this building right here, which just requires 120 watts of power. So you're basically trading the time it takes to get the liquid here for 120 watts of power. Big fan. Big fan. Victor says, hella convenient if you hate having liquid locks. It's not that I hate them. It's just highly inefficient to build them. It's just time consuming, where that is really not. That's the real reason why I'm using it. It's just so convenient. So convenient. Okay, the stuff here. We need to get further down there eventually, but for that we need this farm up and running. And we are almost there. Okay. We are almost there. There's one tile missing somewhere. There's not a tile missing, I'm just a moron. That happens sometimes. We need to build, of course, a joint plate over here. Connect it up. And that'll fix it. That'll connect it all to power. That should allow our liquid pump to pump into the desalinators, which should then in turn pump it straight up into our spawn for right now. That's gonna be good, and that should work. Lumi says, true, that's what mods are for. If you know and accept the mechanics and you just want some shortcuts, I agree. I mean, we all know how to build a liquid lock. I'm pretty sure I've proven that by now. It's not a lack of understanding of how a liquid lock works. This here just is so much faster and easier. And also, probably a lot more enjoyable at the end of the day for you guys to watch. Because we don't have to build 10 friggin' liquid logs, which each takes 10 minutes. Instead, we're just building that one building, which takes 1 minute instead. Yeah, down here on the bottom. This time we are going to do it differently. We're going to do it the same, but we are going to do it slightly differently by me trying to using this mercury. That's what I wanted to do yesterday, but we ran out of dupes before we could. I want to drop this mercury down here, and I want to see if that is enough to cool it, because I'm pretty damn sure it actually is. Even with its low, extremely low specific heat capacity, I think the mass is just so much that it would still do a mass of damage to this heat in this area right here. I just want to test it. Even if it doesn't work, I just want to see it. Because that's what I wanted to see yesterday, and I couldn't get to do it. Now we're going to try it. Okay, gold's coming in. Very good. Do we have enough to get? Yep. It's a beauty. Let's make us a little bit of iron here as well. Let's see how much do we have, 134 tons. That's plenty. Let's make us 50. As the water temperature down here, it's at 5 degrees. That's still more than acceptable. No problem, really, whatsoever. The kiln is here. That's very nice. Let's make us 10. Yeah, let's make us 10 refined carbon. That gives us 1 ton of refined carbon. How much refined carbon do we need for iron? Doesn't show me yet because we don't have any. It should be more than sufficient. Yeah, down here we still have some ice. We will have to get rid of this abyssalite eventually. We are just basically going to melt this entire area right here. That will be another cold water source for us. That's going to be great. It's mainly ice and snow. That's going to be perfect. We're just going to accumulate it as much as we can. But we do need to try to retain as much of this oxalate as we can at the same time. So let's see if we can maybe... Yeah, how are we going to do this here? I mean, what is in here? Nothing? Bleach stone? Another bleach stone? I don't think we need 2 full of bleach stone right here. I think we can set 1 easily to oxalate. Probably both, as a matter of fact. There's really nothing stopping us from just utilizing both here for oxalate as well. So if we find some, let's put it in here and don't waste it in the middle of our base. How is our base looking? Pretty decent. How's our outfit looking? Not so good. But we're getting there. We should have power now. There we go. Very good. Peat, we are getting lower on peat, but we're getting there. Pose, sorry for a dumb question. I'm new in oxygen not included. What is this peat? There is no such thing as a dumb question, and that's what I'm here for, that I can answer questions for people that are new to the game. That is literally what I'm doing. So, what is peat? Peat is a new material that we got with the PPP extension. You can't just find it, it's laying around here. You can literally just dig it up in the beginning, but it's a finite resource if you just want to dig it up. On the other hand, though, we have our lums, and our lums right here do happily produce 200 kilograms of peat, or even 300 if you feed it bog jelly of peat per cycle. So that's basically how you get more peat. So yeah, that's that. Nishi says, am I going crazy or did the dupes travel back in time? Yesterday's stream, you were already in the oil biome. I just joined the stream, missed everything. Yes, Nishi. Yesterday after the stream, Steam said sync error, cloud sync error. I clicked the retry, and after that, literally all that I have left. Let's see if the menu opens. Now we have all these saves right here, just like yesterday, but all I had left were these 2 right here. So today, when this stream ends, I will save the game. And before I exit, I will manually open up that frickin' folder and I will extract it and make sure that if Steam or Clay or, I don't know, whatever else it may be, fucks up again, it's not going to be lost. And I'm going to make that a habit. And that really pissed me off yesterday. 7 hours of my life gone. But at least the water's still here, I guess. So, if you want to see the insanity, it's still there. It's still absolutely there and available to be watched. Okay, desalinators are online. Very, very nice. Now, last but not least, let me make sure that this here is still set to above 20,000, which it will never reach. That's very nice. And then right here, I'm going to turn this one off, and I'm going to turn this one off. And then in F6, let's connect our pipe. And let's start pumping in some water right here. Let's watch this here happen. maybe a little bit faster. There we go. Okay. Our electrolyzers are working. They're creating beautiful, beautiful hydrogen. And what I'm usually waiting for is that the top here is completely hydrogen. And look at this. Beautiful. It already is. Wouldn't you know it? Now we just need to add one more thing here that I always forget. And that is, of course, the gas outlet on this side here. Because the only way to get this hydrogen out of here is, of course, by turning on this gas pump. Not the hydrogen. I meant the carbon dioxide down here. That has to go. And we don't want it anywhere near our hydrogen generator. That is for damn sure. Let's build the vent. And then let's cut it off going upwards. Cut it off going over here so nothing dumb happens. It shouldn't, but you never know. This is oxygen not included we're talking about here. So, let this here pump. It's all gone. Set it to above. Perfect. Let's make sure this pipe here empties straight here. Everything out. Evacuate it all. And let's be done with it. That's it. Let me double check it before I rip it all out. That I'm correct with that statement. Looks pretty damn correct to me. Let's set this here up correctly. I always say above 750 on the top. And I always say above 1000 on the bottom. Those are my standard values. They have always worked for me. So we're not going to change that today. Very simple and straightforward. Let's deconstruct this here to get rid of it. And of course the gas vent also needs its own deconstruction command. Also at the same time, this here we don't need, this here we don't need. Let's mop it up, let's get rid of it. Let's make this here look at least somewhat decent again. And also, so no accident happens later, let's get rid of this gas vent here, huh? And the pipe behind it probably too, just so it looks somewhat decent. And let's rip out those extra tiles here that we do not need anymore. That's fine. Dalek just standing in the middle of nowhere. Gotta like it. And right here, our pump is once again pumping oxygen, something that we do not want to do. So let's turn it back off. And once again, yeah, look at this here. Now we're getting somewhere. There's not much left that is stuck here. It's wonderful to see. We can even rip out this tile here to allow this here to get out a little bit easier. And even that here can all escape and leave our base for good. Okay, so far so good. We do have a working spawn in our base as of right now. Currently, the temperature of our oxygen is a little bit on the warm side because the water down here is a little bit on the warm side, probably. What are we pumping it in? We're pumping it in at 50, and it's coming back out the other side at roughly 32. Yeah, our water right here could be a little bit colder. Not gonna lie about it. It could be a little bit colder. Let's find us some ice that we can throw in there just real quick before we move on with our project here. There's plenty of ice down here. Grab this stuff here. Just straight pick it off the wall. Or high. Come in here. There, right here on the bottom. And then we're just gonna come in here and grab us the oxalite while we are at it as well. Why not? Not gonna mess with a mechanical filter, BierTier. For what, Victor? A mechanical filter for what? For the spawn? No. Spawn doesn't require a mechanical filter, or any filter for that matter. It just needs to be primed, if that's what you're referring to. That is absolute overkill to filter anything in there. Now the blueprint is ready. We're up to 16 dupes, guys. Dupe-wise, we are way in over our heads. Just saying, but it's your choice. We have copper ore. We have 50 kilograms available. I was about to say 50 tons. It's not 50 tons. I'm all about whatever. Thanks for the sub on YouTube. Truly appreciate it. But yes, 2,000 kilograms of copper ore. We currently have 50.2 kilograms. Now, next on the list we have Otto. He's interested in digging, farming, and operating, but he has mole hands, a green thumb, but is narcoleptic. Then we have Camille, interested in farming and operating, is handy, is gastrophobic, and is a pacifist. And last but not least, we could get us 5,000 kilocalories worth of tender brisket. Those are our 4 choices on the top, plus our reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what we should get, and that is what we are going to do. Oh, Curtis says, tender morale. That is right. That is what that is. Indeed. That is funny. Tender morale. Okay. Jazz is here, getting the job done. Wonderful, wonderful. Just happily digging. That's what he likes to do. So we won't stop him. Let's bring this here over. Rip this here all out. Wonderful. A little bit more ice, but then hopefully a couple more dukes can grab and bring in here. Just to cool down our water a little bit more. So we can pump a little bit more reasonable temperated oxygen into our base. Our base is already warm, you can see it. So technically we're still colder, especially over here, than our base. 36 degrees. That's not the temperature of our oxygen, so we are still slightly colder than that. Technically we are still cooling our base. It's not that big an issue yet, but having this here a little bit colder, definitely not gonna hurt anything. That is for sure. Okay, so far so good. What is this one missing tile here? What? Okay, let's set this here up to a Lumbic. And let's set this here up to a Lumbic. I'm just going to do 2 for right now. And I'm going to set it to highest priority 9 here. And 9 there. And then let's see. That's just going to be a slight issue right here. We just need to rebuild this here a little bit. We need to drop the water level slightly. So I can build above it. I hope this here will be sufficient. Maybe in unison with these 2 tiles. It shouldn't be a lot that we need. We just need to be low enough in the water level that I can build an auto sweeper above it. And that should be good enough for right now. But while the dupes are doing this, let's check out the blueprint before it disappears again in chat. What do we have here? Brisket, copper, tender morale. That's right, auto. Brisket. I think I have a magnet. In my experience, random liquids always end up on a spawn. I think I have a magnet. No, I get it. I was like, what is that comment? I was like, there's gotta be a follow-up to something else. But back to counting. Brisket. And over on Twitch, we have a double copper war. Brisket wins by 3 votes by my count. Brisket, it is. All right. More for the smoker? Sure, why not? And Dom Nasser, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. I truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that's apparently not gonna quite do it by itself. That is slightly unfortunate here. I mean, worst case scenario, I can always bring this ladder here a couple more rungs down and hope that this does it. Rick it for the brisket. Risk it for the brisket. That makes more sense. Yeah. Sorry, it was AFK. That's fine words. Totally fine. Okay. Couple more tiles just to see if we can get a little bit of this water here out of our hair. That would be amazing if that would work out in our favor. Yeah, it's starting to get cold down here. Gotta be careful with that. Don't completely cool this here down to hell and back. The water is at a somewhat decent temperature. So let's close this here off. It's still not going to be low enough though. Or, no, it's just going to barely do it. Look at this. Perfect. Beautiful. The only problem that, no, we can still do it because mesh tiles are not considered tiles, which means I can do this, which also means I can do this here. And Han Solo, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Truly, truly appreciate that. Let's bring this in here with another door. Let's put a ladder right below it. And let's, somewhere right here, do something like this here, and then put in the automatic dispenser. Obviously, this is not apron-appropriate in any way, shape, or form evolution chamber, but it's the simplest possible thing that I can build in the fastest possible way with what we have available, so we might as well do it. The only thing that we don't have nearby here is power, I just realized. Thankfully, that is something we can fix. We don't need power for this here. We do need power for what's going to be below it. That is going to be in shipping, a auto sweeper. Gonna live right here. I have to see exactly where I need to build it. I can reach everything that we need, but generally speaking, that should work. Also, I need these 2 tiles here open as well. Oops. Make it happen so we can check this here out if that is going to work the way it's going to work in my head, or the way it is already working in my head. Okay, so far so good. Yes, the hydrogen's coming out. We can see our hydrogen generators here are working. And if this pipe here should ever fill up, which would mean that we're using less electricity than we are producing, with our hydrogen generators, or better to say, with the energy that is stored inside of our hydrogen gas. If this pipe here fills up completely, it will go into this direction here, if we actually hook it up. Now it's hooked up, it will go into the infinite storage if the pipe fills up. Okay, very good. That's what we want to see, and that is nice. Now, in shipping, auto sweeper. Let's see here. That is exactly where we need to have that thing. Beautiful. That's great. This here, I'm already going to set to a priority of, let's say, 7. And let's go all the way down to critter eggs and, let's say, lump eggs. So, if these two here are full, and we have another lump egg, I will grab it and put it into the automatic dispenser. If these here are not full, we're going to put them first into the incubator. Incubator has always priority. Everything else we're going to chuck in here. Once we chuck it in here, we're going to a little bit up where we at. Right here. Put just the fridge here. And we're going to let our auto sweeper put that in here. And the door right here is only to keep the room overlay, the nature reserve here alive. So that is the plan, at least. That's the plan. We just need to see when this thing here drowns, the lump gives us only and exclusively tough meat. Tough meat. Is tough meat actually stored in the fridge? I actually don't know that. Is tough meat in here? Yes, it is. We can set this here to tough meat. Tough meat only. Only the auto sweeper can reach it down here. The auto sweeper will pick it up, put it in there. Good work. If you put dinosaurs into an evolution chamber, do you get birds? Where it says lump in the bedrooms. Is that my bedroom? If so, please leave lump there. Else, please move into my bedroom. There is actually a lump here, yes. Yeah. I don't know what your bedroom is. How about we just make this here your bedroom? Does that make you happy, birds? Here, bird. This is now your bedroom. The lump is on your level. How about that? Let me check the temperature in here real quick. We're up to 50 C. This here is gold now. That's great. The peat burners are fine at a nice 40 C. And overall up here on the top, we are still inducing cold. I think this is going to work, at least for the time being, in the way we need it to. It does, says words. Well, good. I'm glad to make you happy, bird. Okay, water temperature is coming down. The ice is much stronger than the little bit of energy that is stored inside of our oxygen right here. We're pumping it still out at 33 degrees. In a worst case scenario, we may have to make this path here longer for our radiant liquid pipes, or not liquid pipes, but radiant gas pipes, of course. If it's not enough, that could of course be the other issue. I'm trying to cool it first and see if that makes a bigger difference. If all else fails, we won't have a choice, and we will just have to extend our lines a little bit longer. Not an issue at all. Just have to figure out which is the better option here. What material was used for what, Kevin? For the radiant liquid pipes, I'm assuming you're talking about. That's nickel ore. Best we got. With a nickel ore right here. With thermal conductivity of 6. Actually, iron is 8. Did I build... I did not pay attention to the radiant gas pipes, did I? Yeah, my mistake. The radiant pipes, the nickel is the best. But down here, I actually didn't pay attention. Yeah, that's a oversight on my end. But does a 6 to a 9 really make such a big difference? I don't know. I guess we will find out, don't we? Or won't we? Because I am definitely going to rebuild them. Just to see what the difference is. Could use wolframite if available. Don't have it. They made the lump gas storage skin just for viewers. There's a lump gas storage skin? I had no idea. I had no idea that that's a thing that actually exists in any way, shape, or form. On the bright side, though, or on the bad side, actually, the sconces here. I forgot that the sconce is down here, damn it. That is not what we want to waste our oxalite on. We want to move the sconce way further down here, and then waste our oxalite there, so we can send dupes down there. But we're gonna go this time around and try once again the gas mask. I really hate those things with a passion, you guys know that. But I am once again gonna give them a fair shot and see if they actually help. Every time I build them, it seems like it ends in a disaster. Let's try them one more time. The checkpoint. Right here. I'm gonna do it the same way as I did it yesterday. No difference. Right here. And let's build a total of 6. Let's make it 8 for good measure, because why not? Might as well. And let's see if we can once again... Yeah, that is actually a problem. That's actually too long. Well, we're not building the timer yet. You know what? This is totally fine. The path for our dupes will be slightly longer. I'm gonna build one tile right here, so I don't... Actually, don't need that. Don't need that. I'm just gonna make it normal tiles. That will remind me where I need to rip it back out. So the dupes can come over here and down. Still not the most optimal way necessarily, but it will do. Although this mercury down here on the bottom is annoying me. See if we can rip that out. Yep. So we don't have to deal with it over and over again. Now, one thing that we of course need is a gas pipe, and I'm just going to utilize this gas pipe right here and bring it back down and in. It will do for the time being. Yes, that means less oxygen for our base, but it also doesn't matter. These oxygen diffusers here, I believe we can now safely rip them out. Especially since we don't have any more algae, so what's the point? Might as well get rid of them and get the resources back for our wires as well. Can't forget about that. Also, compressed current. And let's just wait. The evolution chambers should be, well, doing its thing. And we just wait until it comes up. Where it says, Bier has thoughts for a slightly ambitious project. Oh god. If you pulled a filter on your waste gas pump, or 2 filters, you could just build a vent down at the bottom of the shaft and pump O2 down. Wait, what? If you put a filter on your waste gas pump, or 2 filters, you could just build a vent down at the bottom of the shaft and pump oxygen down. So basically from here downwards? I mean, that would be an option. That would be a viable option. We will check out the gas masks, because we just built them. Might utilize them now that we already have them. But we can still test them. Like if this here once again doesn't work out as it usually does with those damn gas masks. Every time I try them. Once again every, year or so. We will see. It's actually a great idea. I like it. Francis says, good night, everybody. Good night, Francis. Thanks for joining today. Okay. A few more pipes. And of course the station itself, so we can actually create them. And what are you doing over here? You're still working on gold and iron, but once you're done with that, we're gonna go straight back and make another 50 of those bad boys. How about that? How about that? And down here, dupes. Make this a slightly high priority. And one more thing that I want to check out is the schedule. Yep, Joe. We do want to have that here somewhat evenly distributed. Somewhat. Okay, so far, so good. I'm gonna directly say deliver suit to each and every one of them. But once we build them, we can directly chuck them down here. And on the bright side, we already start to deliver oxygen the moment the pipe is built. Did we already... what? Oh, that was left over. That was actually left over from the blueprint that we used to measure. I was like, where's that coming from? And then I realized we did use the blueprint just to measure out the floor space. Okay, moment of truth. Let's see what this here does. We're still going in at about 50 degrees, give or take a degree. And we are now coming out at 28 degrees. So that made a difference of maybe up to 3-4 degrees. 3-4 degrees. Okay. I take it. I take that all day long. Not gonna lie. Alright, why are we disinfecting this? Are you out of your absolute mind? That is absolutely pointless. But yes, this is working. This is working. These here should be coming. Now, let's say oxygen masks, a total of 8. And we're gonna make them out of nickel ore. That is totally fine. We got plenty of it. And let's give it highest priority. And then once again, before we have actually a worn oxygen mask, I cannot even set it up with the new menu anymore to be set to forever. It is slightly annoying, but hopefully they will fix that. At least try and get your O2 down to your gas mask point so they don't run back and forth to get O2 from the other side. Yeah, we are about to turn this one here back on. This one here is now nicely saturated again, so the oxygen should be down here very shortly. That should be basically almost the rest of it. So let's hook it back up and get it out. That will, of course, also be a tiny little bit of oxygen, but, you know, it'll be fine. Now that we have a somewhat sustainable water source. By the way, we need to analyze this one here. That's right. This one here is still dormant up until, I think, cycle 130 or so, roughly. Until it comes online. Let's also get access to the salt water here on the right side while we're at it. You know, why not? Might as well. How is the temperature of our brine here? It's up to 5 degrees, 10 degrees over here. And it is a little bit worrisome. But still not the end of the world. Okay, so far so good. I think what I'm going to do in the meantime, I'm going to bring a ladder over here. Low priority, doesn't matter too much. And then just bring the same ladder up here. And grab, or start grabbing a little bit more of this ore right here. But at the same time also release this extremely cold brine here, down here. And start cooling this here back down with a little bit of extra fluid that we have laying around anyway. And we really don't know what to do with it. So we might as well drop it down slowly but steadily and help. Don't forget the ladders and poles so they don't go to the bed. They don't go to bed wearing masks. That is very true. We have to turn this off right now. Yeah, we have to turn this off. Not turn it off, but deconstruct it here, here, and here. And we have to do this fast. I'm pretty sure there's already a mask missing, isn't there? Pretty sure. One dupe is already running around with a mask. Somewhere. Yep, right here. Knew it. I knew it. Let's send him down here. And let's hope he doesn't make it back up. There we go. Take your mask off. Thank you. Appreciate it. Also, let's mop along here while we are at it. And then on the right side right here, so we don't have to constantly fight this water down here, I'm just going to go ahead and insulate all of this here. That's fine. Actually, no point in messing with the iron ore. That's okay. We just need to stop this brine ice here from melting constantly over here. Highly annoying. Let's stop it. So we don't have to deal with it anymore. Alrighty. So far so good. Ice falls down. Of course. Let's mop it up. Let's get this here out. And then hopefully, once this ice here is molten or the dupes actually pick it up, which I doubt, we should be good enough to go ahead and haul this here. Also, one thing that I wanted to do is come straight along here to help the dupes with their speed a little bit so they don't have to walk on natural tiles as well. Anything that helps, even a little bit, is valuable to us here. Okay, so far so good. This here's coming along. Gas masks are being built or being filled, actually. It actually would be slightly better if we had the pipe coming in from the bottom and individually, but it's fine. It will just fill it up from the rear to the front. At the end of the day, it really doesn't make too much of a difference. You can make them drop the mask, can't you? Yes, I could. But it was only one dupe, so it wasn't that big of a deal. To just send the one dupe down there, real quick. Jez, what are you doing here? Just chilling? We have two dupes down here with the two missing masks. So yes, all our masks are back where they belong. And that is how that should be. Very, very good. And right here, more chlorine is being pumped out. There's basically nothing left in our base now. That is really, really good to see. If you have a checkpoint that makes a natural place to put your security door instead of having it in the shaft, I mainly also have it in the shaft so shit can fall down. So I was actually considering there for a second to put it here as the natural point, but then I was like, you know what? Let's make this here at least a natural point to catch some stuff, if nothing else. As a matter of fact, when we open this here, everything falls through. So it's still not really an optimal solution, is it? A more optimal solution would be to actually just put in airflow tiles here, and then come over here to the right side, dig this here up, and then put a ladder right beside that instead. Do pneumatic doors catch falling objects? Yes, until the door opens, then they fall through. So yeah, we're going to fix this here to do it right and put the door up here. That's fine. And I'm going to copy the settings from this door. I can still utilize them up here right away. There we go. Settings have changed. Settings are good. And now all we are going to do is put 2 airflow tiles here instead. Now the dupes have to walk along here. And that's fine. What do those flies do? Those flies here sting our dupes, and they have their own cycle together with the... Do we have one on our map here? Where is the big boy? Didn't we have a big boy somewhere? Did we have one? I thought we had one. Am I crazy? Where did the big ones go? I thought it was down here on the right. Maybe we can see it yet. It could well be. There is another one. They took all the masks to bed. Why? Wait, what? Why? Oh my god. You stupid dudes. I know why. Because they can climb on top of the door. And then over here. God damn it. God damn it. It's fine. Yeah, I saw you see it now. The door. The door. I got it. It's okay. It's fine. Well. If that's the worst of our issues, we are doing just fine. I have a good idea, actually. You know what? I could hunt down the dupes manually and have them put the masks off, but maybe, with a little bit of luck, I can't just go here and say, hey, dupes, pick all this here up. There's nothing else to do right now, so a lot of dupes should come back down here. And if they happen to already wear their masks, they're not going through the door. Let me put just 2 airflow tiles above here. Let's fix that for good. Because all the dupes are now coming down here. Which is, of course, stupid. Let's fix it. With a couple of airflow tiles. That should bring all of our masks back. Kind of like this. Sometimes, a little trick like this here can save you a lot of time in hunting down bullshit. Okay, so far so good. That's the wrong button. It's not what I meant to do. I meant to mop. There we go. And now it should be fine. Now the dupes, if they have to go down there, the only possible way to do so is by picking up a map. Allow the dupes to pass through the door to the right by default. That's a good idea. Yep, to the right. If a dupe is on the left, they can always go to the right if they should end up down here for who knows what stupid reason. And you know what? I'm a moron. I'm a complete moron. This is where we need the airflow tiles. Not here. Not down here. Up there is where they belong. Obviously. What a brain fart. Thankfully, once again, the same statement is still true. If that's the worst of our problems, we're doing still just fine. Okay, very, very good. I think that at this point, this pump right here is doing nothing anymore to help us out. So let's snip it off one more time. We can still utilize, if necessary, I think it was Word's idea, to pump oxygen downwards. But for the time being, I'm more interested in pumping bullshit upwards. So let's find bullshit. Looks like a good location for bullshit. So let's go for something like this here. And let's grab us. Do we need to go insulate it up here? What's the temperature? I mean, there is carbon dioxide here. That's not what I meant to do. -48. We're nowhere near -48. A normal one will do. So let's connect this here up. And now the main thing that we will need one way or another anyways, if we like it or not, and that's gonna hurt, resource-wise especially, is one single conductive wire needs to come all freaking way down here. All the way down here. Yes, it says change to iron, it's still all nickel. And I am going to set up our metal refinery here to do mainly nickel. Let's turn this off here. And yeah, let's hopefully have this here work a little bit harder on our nickel. It also looks like we are actually running out of power completely because we don't have enough batteries. Okay, let's fix that real quick. That's also a simple fix, thankfully. We just need to slap in a handful more batteries right here. That should slow down the drain drastically on our smart battery and prevent us from going... Oh, it's also... Wait a second. The battery is set to 0. Did I never... Maybe I did that in episode 2. Let's see. I thought the game cannot react so fast to turn it back on. Nope, that's not the case. Okay, we don't need the batteries. We're fine. I just didn't set it up. Fascinating. Usually I do that right after it's built. Must have forgotten it this time. Well, we caught it. It's fine. Let's take a look at our blueprints. We have a Freya right here with suit wearing, ranching, and doctoring. Is frost proof, but has decreased excavation. Then we have Joshua with doctoring +9, Night Owl, Iron Gut, and allergies. We have copper ore. Once again, 2,000 kilograms of worth. We could get those on top of our 50 already existing ones. And then we have Ari, doctoring, researching, and supplying. He's a rock fan, a grease monkey, has a green thumb, but he is unconstructive. Those are our 4 options on the top, plus a reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what we should do. And of course, that is precisely what's going to happen. Still no worn oxygen mask. Of course, we just built it. That makes sense. But eventually we will have it. And then we are ready for it. So that's going to be a long-ass pipe. It's going to be a very long-ass power line here that needs to be built. Not a hell of a lot I can do about it. I just have to do it. I don't want to build it out of iron, really. That is really not what I want to do here. Preferably. So let's not. Let's wait until we have more nickel. That's what will have to happen anyway. We don't have any waste wire laying around that we don't need anymore. Nope, doesn't look like it. I mean, we basically have used no wiring yet at all. Yeah. Dupes are really duped? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. My idea also, I phrased it wrong, was to pump O2 from the Rodriguez into the shaft and filter the exhaust pump so as to avoid pumping O2 into space, but it's not needed now? Huh. I see what you're saying now. You want it to come with... Basically, connect this pipe here straight to this pipe here, is what you want to do. And then pump it all the way down, leave the pump all the way on the top, and then filter for polluted oxygen and oxygen on the top, and basically blow everything else into space. Is that my understanding? I believe so. Let me know if I'm wrong about this. But let's check out our blueprint. What have you guys voted for? YouTube. We have copper, 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 Ari, copper, copper. Copper, since there's no meat, to be precise. Kevin Brown says, aren't we due for a printing pod? Might have missed that a minute ago, Kevin, because those are our options on the screen right now. Francis says I have to go to sleep, but I leave the stream going. Have luck and none of the dupes have died. Thank you, Francis. I truly, truly appreciate that. And I hope you have a good night. Victor also says copper. Let's hop over to Twitch. What are we having over there? We have copper ore, copper ore. I want to use dupit. Not, but nobody will understand it, right? Copper it is. Copper we're gonna get. All right. We got 2,000 kilograms of copper that we now can call officially and legally our own. Very nice. Definitely gonna come in handy. And we are pumping more and more nickel out as well. Very, very good. This makes it better because when someone asks what it means, you get to call them stupid. Oh, my God. Let's see, right here, there are a few extra tiles that I just noticed that we can get rid of, so figured might as well. They're just in our way, and they give us nice nickel ore, which we can utilize, guess what, right here in our metal refinery. Very, very nice. Should have done that probably a while ago, but better late than never, as usual. So, rip it down, slap it in there, make us more nickel. Let's go. We even have some oxygen here now. That's very, very nice to see indeed, because that allows, of course, the dupes to work a little bit more efficient here at our metal refinery. Where it says that's correct, although I think it is time to move the pump lower and that it is valid, even if you don't pump O2 into the shaft. All right, good. I like it. I believe we are on the same page here. Katrina says, did I get deleted as a dupe? You don't have a dupe. Still not. We don't have a meep dupe. Still no dupe. Need the medal? Need the medal indeed, Joshua. Where it says, Katrina, time travel, you were never printed. That's right. What if a dupe travels back in time and breaks the printing pod he was printed from? Would the dupe world just explode? Probably. Chances are high, I would argue. Well, let's bring this ladder here just happily up and up and up. And let's just drop all this nonsense here straight down in a 4-wide shaft. Very good. Very nice. That should be helpful for this area down here, since we are pumping just more heat into it. There's still some ice down here. I can barely believe that. With how much heat we have pumped in here by now, that's crazy. But apparently it's working somehow, so. Now building broken, no research selected. Yeah, building broken is up here. Here we have building entombed, and no research selected is because we already researched everything that we can that doesn't require applied sciences. We don't have applied sciences yet. But we should probably try to push for that, as a matter of fact, relatively soon. We first need to get down here. That is our #1 priority. Now that we have oxygen and everything else set up sustainably, that should be good enough for right now. I don't see an issue with it, but we do have to get down here. And once we have that, maybe we need to push for something more sophisticated in our research department. And kindly Steve-O is here, says, I do like time. No, he does not say I do like time travel. That was Katrina. He says, what is the plan for Demolier? Hello there. The plan is to hopefully shoot him out of the sky and save right before that happens, so we can then stop shooting him out of the sky and let him impact. That's the plan. Still the same plan. I hope we can do it. We're up to cycle 95. It is currently 9 o'clock where I'm located. I have maybe 2 more hours. Maximum. Absolute maximum 2 more hours. Maybe 1 more hour. In me. I do have to work in the morning, obviously. So we just need to get more cycles under our belt, or we will have no chance in hell to make it next weekend. That's what I'm truly worried about. But Word says there's a video on YouTube which claims that when dupes travel through the temporal tear, they send information into the past and change the history of gravitas. Interesting. Emi says I want a multiplayer feature where you can get someone duped from the temporal tear that they send through. That would be fancy, actually. Where it says supposedly some of the documents you can find in gravitas pools change based on how many times you have entered the temporal tear. Really? Never heard that. Paragon Chainbolt says, are you winning? We are only winning. Only winning. There's no other option available to us here. On the F2 overlay. Probably increasing the priority is not going to do a hell of a lot if we don't have the materials. The materials are being created as fast as we can over here. I mean, that's roughly as good as it gets for right now. Whisper Joe is coming, getting it done. We should probably take a quick look into our skills here so we can maybe train another dupe up into the general direction. That is not the direction we need, but it's still going to help us. Improve carrying, sure, why not? Bears, improve farming, let's do it. Demetrius, you're fine. Goof, you're fine. Killjoy, you're not fine. Now you're fine. Mark Brocky, you're not fine. Flygon? I think we wanted to also push you down that road here, so let's make it happen. I'm going to put you the red hat on so I can recognize you easier. Joe, Critter Ranching, you can help out with all words. And then right here, Umdalek, improve carrying. Jazz, improve carrying. All right, that should get our dupes back up to speed, and let's go. Paragon says, I don't know, my first run for this game ended from a lack of oxygen. Turns out it wasn't included. Yeah, that is how that goes. For new players, a lot, trust me. You think it's funny. That is actually what happens. Super duper hard digging. I get to be sacrificed to the oil well gods. That's right, says 3C. That is right. Jade says they should have based away team as a dupe exiting the temporal tear. Huh. I posted what I think is the video in Discord. Absolutely, I will check that out. Okay, down here in the bottom. What is the temperature of the stuff here? It's really not that shabby. I really would like this here to turn on rather faster than slower. Who is suffocating? Wait, what? You just have to walk 2 feet over there. Chill out. It's fine. You're all even done in here. You dropped now all the brine down here. Nothing left to do. I was mid-researching into the carbon dioxide scrubber or whatever it is. Yeah. You're probably talking about the carbon skimmer right here. It's a good device. It's a good device. Would have potentially helped. It doesn't create oxygen though. It just removes carbon dioxide, but it does not create oxygen, so it still would have not helped if you didn't have oxygen. Okay, oops. Those are the last 3 tiles here, or 4 tiles that I really need. Actually, more than a 1-0 on the bottom. So the gas pump right here can turn on, and we can hopefully get a little bit of this carbon dioxide out of here. Goliath, are you gonna be fine here with your gas mask? Or even the gas mask is not going to be fine for you, apparently? Maybe we shouldn't allow you to go in here? Where are you at? Where are you? There you go. Wait, what? Oh, that was gross. I was about to say, I didn't do it the wrong way around, did I? No, I didn't. Have you heated up heat to turn it into coal yet? No, I haven't. I haven't gotten to that yet either, but I have seen that that's possible, though. Let's put this here back in. Let's put this here back up. And let's see if we can do one more thing to help us out here, and that's going to be the sconce. Well, actually, they have gas masks. They shouldn't need a sconce, right? Let's see what happens. Let's see what they're going to do with this. Yeah, everything's here, actually. Yeah, everything's fine. Every command is given. I just gotta do it. Preferably first my conductive wire. That would be nice. Then you can mess with the rest. That's one of the reasons because why I want first the gas pump here. The carbon dioxide here, we want to get it out. Relieve the pressure, and the relief pressure should also help our carbon dioxide here. Once again, we have that tiny little drop here that is preventing the polluted water from off-gassing properly. Highly annoying. Let's put in the airflow tile right here, and let's rip this nonsense here out to give us 3 tiles high of a path through here for our polluted oxygen to come out. Once again, same thing as yesterday. Paragon says, I saw research for using water to turn into oxygen and hydrogen. Is that a waste of water? No, not at all. As a matter of fact, that is the main way in Oxygen Not Included to create oxygen. Right here, you're talking about the electrolyzer. I have 4 right here. Currently, only 2 are in operation. But this is a building that is called the Full Rodriguez, and it is the most known, best known standard way in Oxygen Not Included to create a lot of oxygen and a lot of hydrogen. And then the hydrogen can go straight to the hydrogen generators and produce power as well. So is water just really easy to get? That depends on the geysers. For example, if you have a saltwater geyser like us here, then you can build desalinators, which take the salt water, create water from it, and feed that into here. So it really depends on what you are working with or what you have available to you. Quick question. Did I make a mistake here? Yes, I did. Goof, you're allowed to go in here because you need to take a look at our saltwater geyser. Who else can, if not you, Goof? All you. Is the Blueprints mod being used? The Blueprints mod is always being used, yes. I mean, we haven't used it yet today, but yes, it's used. Sconce is pointless regardless. You have a Rodriguez. If you want supply of oxygen to supplied, you have a good point there. Want to use the cute peep to plant wild alveoveras will help with carbon dioxide. Could do that. My battery is not cooperating. I may have to go if the sirens go off. And where are you located, if I may ask, Joe? Just out of pure curiosity. Yeah. Down here in the bottom, though, you can see how cold the dupes are. That is just absolutely suboptimal. We do need to rip all of this stuff here out to just relieve the temperature a little bit. So, yeah. It's still gonna be too cold here. But at least it's not gonna be mercury freezing. Oh, did you see my question the other day, Beer? It looks like you're using blueprints fixed, but have you evaluated blueprints expanded? No, I did not know that's an option. Blueprints fixed and blueprints expanded. Did not know that. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. This game is fun if you love to fiddle around and have a nice time. I couldn't agree more. Yes, Words is low on oxygen, but he's wearing a mask, so once this oxygen here runs out, he should still have his quote-unquote own oxygen supply, and that's probably what saved his ass here. Let's just get us down here real quick. That's basically all I want to get to this crack of abyssalite, so we can once again see what the hell we're doing here, because I can't exactly remember what all that was going on down there, but this time we're going to look at it. And also our pump is now pumping very nice. The carbon dioxide is coming out more and more and more, relieving the pressure. And also, therefore, the pressure in our base is increasing and pushing downwards. So we are pushing oxygen further and further down. You can see with the polluted oxygen, there is basically all breathable oxygen along the shaft up to right, once we save, here. That's basically the cutoff point right now. And with this pump here, that'll get lower. Very good. Shows as last time I looked at Blueprint's expanded page, it was crashing the game on launch. That was a couple of days ago, though. I mean, it may well be that it still needs to be updated for PPP, right? That is always an option. Need to give the devs a little bit of time here. Every time a new DLC comes out, gotta give him at least that much courtesy, right? Okay, nickel ore. Let's crank this here back up to 50. Just because we can. What's the temperature in here? Holding at around 40 degrees. So far, so good. Still plenty of thermal energy up here. Very, very good. That's great. Okay. What else do we have in chat? Not crashing my Steam Deck, says Kevin. That's cool. Fancy blueprints backwards compatible with blueprints data? I mean, I need to take a look at it. Seems like an issue with OneDrive, though. I honestly truly believe that OneDrive is the culprit that was responsible for deleting my save game. Because The Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered came out not that long ago, and it's doing the same, or it did the same freaking thing when I got it. And when I Googled it at the time, that was purely a OneDrive issue. So I'm wondering if that was the problem yesterday as well. Either way around, I'm not going to take the risk anymore. And I don't use OneDrive. It's just installed and sitting around. Now it's not anymore. Okay, very good. Let's get this here done real quick. Just so we can say we have done it. And we should be good. Now we can take another look down here. How did we get through here? That's right. I believe we just flooded them. And tried to get in here as easily as possible without releasing any of the germs. I think that part here we did pretty smartly, actually. Paragon, thank you very much for the follow. Truly, truly appreciate that. The only problem is that the mass of mercury in here is not quite enough for what I'm planning on doing here. We need more than that. Most of the stuff that we had is stuck over here. I'm going to rip this tile here back out just so this can flow over to the right, and then we can utilize it further down. And what is the temperature of this mercury? 33 degrees. Melting point of it is at -38, so it will melt at -34. We have that. So maybe if we just wait here a notch, we get lucky, and this one here will just melt as well, and we can take it downwards with us too. That would be great. Any kind of thermal mass that we can get, we are not complaining about it just yet. Okay. Paragon says, I saw that I could have switches to turn on and off power. Is it worth it to have an ugly system, but one that separates certain things, like having one wire system for lights, another for crafting, researching, etc., or just have them all on one system? Also, sorry if I'm asking too many questions. You're totally fine. That is a very legitimate question, because it would make sense. I mean, that's kind of how we do it in a house, sort of, kind of. But when we take a look here, what matters is about our conductive wires is the potential load on the bottom. You can see it. We see that the maximum is 2000, and the potential load is 480. That is the combined 240 plus 60 plus another 60 down here on the bottom. And yeah, they're still missing 120. I was like, that can't be it. That's not enough. The 120 down there gets us to 480. It shows it to you at all times what is hooked up here. What you're trying to do is to hook not more stuff up, than 2000 watts total. Because if you do that and they all turn on at the same time, your wire will get damaged and breaks. That is the explanation. Okay, hope that makes sense. Okay, so far so good. What is the temperature down here? Negative 36. If we can get this here down just a couple more degrees, I think if we maybe dig it up, it would go a little bit faster here. And I think that would be a good idea anyways, so we can push it over to the right, so we actually have it in our shaft. Those are an extra, give or take, 250 kilograms, 500 kilograms total. That's going to help us. Okay, what else do we need? I think the blast shot maker should be in a decent location where we are not prone to being exposed constantly to bad stuff. For example, what is a good location for it? I don't think we need any more food unless we get an insane amount more dupes. So maybe over here. So let's see, do we have the blast shot maker unlocked? It should be, because everything's unlocked. Maybe just put him... This thing needs an insane amount of power though, doesn't it? 960 watts. Why don't we work on the left side of the map where we have our power wire? Or even better, why don't we work with it all the way up here? Yeah, why not? We have oxygen up here. It's really not too bad up here. I have seen much worse conditions. And here, we can literally just take this wire here and bring it all the way up here. That should be fine. So at least we have him. We can see what we're working with. Not that we need him right now, but yeah. Kevin says, I read a few months ago that you can use 2 small transformers to feed into a conductive wire, so it never draws more than 2000 instead of 1 big transformer. That is actually a correct statement. You can do that. I don't really ever do that. I don't see a reason for it because I just can look at my wires myself. But for new players, that is a very good tip, as a matter of fact. A very, very good tip that I keep forgetting about myself, again, because I personally don't use it, so I don't really think about it that much. But it is a really good tip for new players. Just use 2 of the small ones, hook it up to your wire, and it will never be able to use more than 2000. It will never be able to, well, break. Very, very good tip. Email us on Twitch says OneDrive tends to be also responsible for certain types of mod update failures. Really? When the game seemingly falls into a restart loop or when a mod is suddenly marked as incompatible, that's usually due to OneDrive breaking the folder access permissions, preventing the game from writing those files. You know what? That sounds absolutely right. Screw you, Microsoft. Screw you. At least with Oblivion, I could 100% pinpoint my problem and actually fix my problem. And the problem turned out to be, in fact, OneDrive, and that was confirmed. So, yeah, I knew that. I'm just assuming that this time it could be the same. I don't know that for a fact. So, but chances are very high. Chances are extremely high, actually. I thought you normally did that since you got the smaller transformers by the bit. No, these are not the smaller ones. These are the bad boys. These are the small ones. 2 of these would look like this. I am using it. You can see here that the, let's see, where do you see that? Right here. Limits power flowing through the transformer to 1000 watts. So if you put 2 together, it will be limited to a total of 2000 watts. But if you go with the large transformer, that is down here on the bottom, the maximum output is 4000 watts, 4 kilowatts. So you could theoretically put 4000 watts on here, and it will be supplied with 4000 watts, but your conductive wire cannot handle 4000 watts. I don't want to actually build those. Yeah, you cannot actually handle those 4000 watts, and therefore it will break. Just like in real life, that is, in a nutshell, how you create a house fire. Okay, let's put this here all in. Yeah, this one here we actually can't build. So this one here will be fine. Who designed this game? The transformers don't match the wires? Yeah, they do not. That is correct. I don't know why, actually, but that is how it is. We are up to cycle 100, so now we are at the halfway point, and I have been streaming once again for how long? 3 hours. Son of a bitch, it took us 3 hours to get 40 cycles. With that math, it will take us another 8 hours to get all the way to cycle 200. Oof. We have a lot to do next week, I guess. We have a lot to do. But let's celebrate cycle 100 with that beautiful music in the background while looking at our blueprints. We have a meep. Katrina, are you in chat? We have a meep. Alert, 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 alert. We have a meep. Meep, researching, tidying, is skilled in art fundamentals and is unconstructive. We have a Devon, doctoring, is uncultured, frostproof, but is Luddite. And we have a dart leg, only one, and a confetti suit, also only one. Those are our 4 available options on the top. Should we get a do? Should we get a dart leg? Should we get a confetti suit? Or should we press feared reject all button? It's up to you, as usual. Let me know in chat. That's what we are going to do. Our stress is creeping up here. Umdalek is a little bit on the high end. Let me take a look into our base here, into our decor here a little bit. Yeah, it's this left side right here, obviously. Unfortunately, we do have quite a lot going on over here with our metal refinery. Highly unfortunate. Can't really do a hell of a lot about that. What we could do is, though, we could, now that we have the space here available and it's actually full of oxygen and not garbage, we could put in another room here. Of course, the last tile is missing, because how else would it be? Let's put in a couple of doors here and there. And let's see if we can make this here a somewhat acceptable recreation room. We probably don't have a lot yet that we can actually properly utilize here. But we do have a couple of polyline phones. We have a water cooler. Stop that, right? One off the center, I was about to say. That ain't right. That's right. And now let's grab some polyline phones. And help at least here on the left and on the right. How many dupes do we have? 16. At least 6 of those should do. Do we have anything better here that we can utilize quickly without having to do a hell of a lot of work to get it implemented? That would be great. I mean, I guess we could chuck a jukebox in there if all else fails. Yeah, I mean, it's just so much power. It's not worth the effort. For right now, this here will do. We're gonna put a little more decoration in once we have it. But let's take a look at our blueprint. What did you guys come up with? Katrina, I feel like is voting for the meep. Okay, we have 1 meep vote, 2 meep vote, 3 meep votes, 1 confetti suit vote. And Katrina needs a meep apparently. Meep always needs a tidier hauler, that's right. Vote meep, everyone. Katrina has dreams of catching a meteor. That's right, Joe. Katrina does have dreams of catching a meteor. All right, I think the meep won with an overwhelming majority. Katrina Connelly, once again, let me make sure I wrote that correctly. Once again, welcome to the game. And there is a H too many. Didn't I just say? I need to confirm that I wrote it correctly. There we go. 1 meep, fresh for you. Unfortunately, you don't have a bed, though. Just have to get over that, I suppose. Don't know what to do in the short term. Art fundamentals, sure, let's give you a point in researching so you level up faster, if nothing else. All right, wonderful. Let's see here. Okay, so far so good. Down here on the bottom, this insulated tile here cannot be built because it cannot be reached. That somewhat makes actually sense. For once, let's yep, that works. We can dig out this tile, put in this tile, then put in these 2 tiles, put in these 2 tiles, push it all over to the right, and then continue on downwards. Let me double check once again right here our Sherm overlay. That is somewhat important. Yes, down here, that's not going to be a problem. That's not going to be a problem. Yeah, none of this here is going to be too big of a problem, really. Especially, did we do that in episode 1 or in episode 2 that we dug up the uranium? Do we have uranium? I cannot recall when we did what. We do have 754 kilograms worth of uranium, so we must have dug some up somewhere. I have zero recollection where that was. Oh, it looks like right here. Yeah, there's a little bit left. Must have been here. Not really another option. Let's grab us the extra 300 kilograms, just so we have them available, so we can build us some doors. So we can defeat or defend ourselves from zombie spores. Are those zombie flowers? Yes. Yes, they are. Just how it goes sometimes. And let's rip this stuff here out, dupes. And let's grab us the uranium ore that we require. Alright, very good. Very, very good. Let's put in these two. Both of those can be built. Let's make sure that we build the bottom one first, though. Because I can guarantee you they will do it the wrong way around. They will. Come on, dupes. Didn't I just say they're gonna build the top one first? What does the priority even matter? Absolutely nothing, apparently. Yeah, look at this here, by the way. We pumped out enough carbon dioxide that the entire shaft, all the way to the beginning of where we built the insulated tiles, is now mainly polluted oxygen. That is very nice to see. And that's very good indeed. Let's dig into here real quick, and let's bring this gas pump here just a notch lower. Just a notch. Just a tiny little bit. Won't hurt anything. Quite to the contrary. If anything, it's going to help us. Alright. The more of this nonsense we can get rid of, the better it is. Let's give it a across the board. Money on the bottom. Still want to build this insulated tile here. Please, dupes. Anyone? Nobody? Really? Not a soul wants to build this one tile? There's somebody coming. Somebody's doing something. That's not what we wanted to. There we go. Now we built the appropriate tile, and now we are slowly and steadily starting to push that mercury over at a nice negative 30 degrees. Very helpful. Very helpful indeed. Very good. This one here is coming out. And we are going lower. Much, much lower. Well, not that much. But it will be substantial enough to make quite a big difference here. Just in case everything should go to hell again, I think we are going to once again need to put some cots just right here, just so we have them available in case we need them. Let's put in a handful right here. Most of the carbon dioxide here is going to disappear down here into the shaft. It's just a question of time. It'll go one way or another. Once again, the mercury right here. And once again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead and put straight across here 1,000. Bier, do you do the schedule? The schedule. The schedule, I do the schedule, but the schedule is currently great, actually. Couldn't be much better. Yes, more mercury. Dig it already up, so we don't have to deal with it over and over and over again, please. Do it once, do it right, and don't have to worry about it again. Let's put in the insulated tile on the bottom, and right above it, and then go from there. Okay. Making our way, once again, downwards. This time with oxygen masks. Maybe that's better. I really don't know if it is. I guess we will find out. Okay. Sean Latimer says, as the poet Little John said, get low, get low, get low. I'm pretty sure he was talking about CO2. That's a good one, Sean. I like it. That's funny. I saw him in The Last of Us for the zombie flowers, says Figon. That's right. That is right. And look at that. And that is how fast we once again lowered our column of polluted oxygen. It's still polluted oxygen and not oxygen, so it's still not 100% optimal, but I can guarantee you, it's a hell of a lot better than nothing. Okay, snip it back off. No point in pumping out all of our valuable polluted oxygen until enough carbon dioxide comes back down here that we have to turn it back on. That'll be a minute or two. I think we're fine. Alright. Okay. Where it says the way power lines count capacities dependent on consumption and batteries, including converters, don't count as consumption. Makes sense. Okay, down here we're still at 42 degrees, so literally putting in this one row here is already making all the difference in the world, even though we are producing a lot more heat with our hydrogen generator. Speaking of hydrogen, how are we doing on hydrogen? Have we put anything into our infinite storage? Yeah, a little bit, 12.9 kilograms. We only have those few generators right here, and the peat down here on the bottom. That's all we need right now. Peat, we are at 28.6 tons. Our alums over here are super happy, I believe. 4 of them. Yep. Looking for food. But other than that, really no complaints. 4 alums, no eggs. Everything as it should be. That's perfect. Can't really complain too much about this here. Okay. Very, very nice. This here is now done. We can put in the last tile, and we can continue straight on downwards. And that's going to be, of course, the next strike. Let's put this here in. This here is already a natural liquid lock, which is very, very nice. The spore kit over here is actually in a vacuum. Right here, we actually have some carbon dioxide in here as well, but the natural liquid lock here prevents that from doing any harm to us. Therefore, it's not going to be an issue. All we have to make sure is that we actually corner build specifically these 2 tiles right here, so let's set these here to the highest priority right away. And then let's make sure that we don't dig up bullshit, as in anything lower than this here. For now, we need to first build this tile here, and then we can go lower. That's what needs to happen, and that is what's going to happen as well. All right, let's do it. Let's be careful. Let's do it right. And let's make sure it's good. Okay, very, very nice. The pass is still very, very long for the dupes to go up and down here. There's no question about it. But at least we now have a steady supply of oxygen with oxygen masks. And I believe that we can squash the heat the same way that I intended yesterday. Just this time. We're going to do it right. Okay, I think we can actually already start with what I'm planning here. There's nothing really stopping us from building a ladder all the way down into this area. Yes, these 2 spigots here will die a horrible death, but that's totally fine. We want to drop this relatively warm mercury into this area where the mercury is relatively cold, and hopefully melt most of it. You don't need to change that blocks isolates naturally. Yeah, that's very true. I don't have to necessarily change him, but I just do it anyway. It looks nicer. I mean, look at this pretty shaft here. I do know that epistolite doesn't do anything. Okay, let's set the ladder here over here to a high priority to drop this mercury here down as fast as we can. And let's dig this here up so it's a nice flat area. So all this stuff here can run down this ladder, fill up this area right here, and start melting, hopefully. Versus that sounds more like interesting engineering than what I am talking about, which is just ignoring what the game is trying to simulate and paying attention to exactly how it simulates. Want the mercury turn to gas? No, the mercury is not going to turn to gas up to, what, 300 something degrees? 356 degrees. As long as we don't drop it straight on the magma, we are fine. Down here, hottest temperature is about 100. So yeah, we are totally fine here. There's no risk to our mercury at all. Okay, Jazz is down here, and once again, wait, what? How did the mercury get over here to the right exactly? What am I just missing? They dug the entire column up before building. I'm an idiot. Yep, okay. Thankfully it doesn't matter. But still though, that's stupid. Should have thought of that they're first building or first digging and then building. It won't make a difference. This here is the main thing that we need, and we still have more than enough left over for this area right here. This area right here is where we need most of the mercury. That's what I was trying to save it for, at least. So we can flood this area here, so we do not have our carbon dioxide leak in here and become infected with spore kits. We will see how that works. I will be more careful for this one here. This one here didn't matter in the first place, but the other one does. Okay, Killjoy is here. We made our straight line, but apparently Jazz is coming to help out with our letter. All right, good. Very good. Making our progress down there. And it looks like our printing pod is ready. Let's see what we have here. We have 3 dupes available. We have Frankie with ranching, rocketry, and building. He is germ resistant, an animal lover, has a green thumb, but is also narcoleptic. Then we have Catalina with farming and operating. She is germ resistant, an animal lover, and narcoleptic as well. And then last but not least, we have Turner with cooking and ranching. He is buff with increased strength, but is very squeamish and is a kitchen menace. Last but not least, Morale Brisket. And of course, the reject all button. Those are our 4 options. Please choose accordingly in the chat. And thank you very much for the follow to Velcheron. Truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. 3 pieces of bistillite, 2 pieces of bistillite here, that's fine. Maybe we have some iron ore left over. Might as well rip that stuff out. Why are you here? Nobody knows. Bottle drainer here is now up in the air. It's slightly unfortunate. It looks stupid. Let's fix that by ripping it out. Once it's ripped out, not in a lot of bottles. Once it's ripped out, we're just going to put in a single tile right here and put it 1 floor higher, so it looks like it actually belongs here. Wouldn't that be something? All right, drainer. And in there. And good to go. Okay, let me see what you guys came up with in chat. On Twitch, we have 1 vote for reject, 1 vote for brisket, 2 votes for brisket. And Velcheron says, I'm not usually able to be on to watch live, but always love the videos afterwards. That is awesome, Velcheron. I truly, truly appreciate that. And I'm glad you made it today. That's awesome. Always happy to see new faces in chat. But that's 2 votes for brisket and 1 for reject. And up on YouTube, what do we have here? We have brisket 1 vote, brisket 2 votes, Turner 1 vote, brisket another vote. It's outright brisket. Can't stop counting at this point. It's mathematically impossible that anything but the brisket wins at this point. Okay, 1 more tile here. Come on, somebody. Jazz, can you do this real quick for us? Yes, you are. Beautiful. Love it. Gotta love it. And let's see here. Just for shits and giggles, let's bring this here up. 1 extra tile. A good brisket is always a good choice. Couldn't agree more, Dorita. Couldn't agree more. Victor says, if you need dupes, Turner, if not brisket. We actually have 1 dupe too many. We don't even have a bed for a dupe right now, and I don't know where to put it unless we are putting it over here. Which we could, technically. Nothing really stopping us from doing so. Actually. You know what, let's do it. That allows us to have 1 extra dupe, I suppose. Why not, if nothing else? Right here. Let's put in the floor. Some tiles along here. And let's put in the doors. Put in the cot. Doors. Cot. Doors. And then we need not ventilation and plumbing. We need the outhouse that lives right here. And then in medicine, we need the wash basin that lives right here. And then we need the right here. And I built it 1 too far. And we can rip this here out while we're at it. Let's go. Good enough. Katrina says, can put me up in the impact zone. That's actually hilarious. I love that idea. You know what? We are gonna build your own single bedroom. Smack dab in the middle of this area right here. You know what? We are going to do this. That is happening. What is roughly the middle of this thing? It's roughly right here. So let's go just right here. That's actually perfect. That's a great idea. I love it. Let's put in here a private bedroom. I don't have the bed, but you know, at least size-wise, we can give you the 24 tiles. So at least you can die in luxury. You know what I'm saying? At least that we can give you, if nothing else. Let's put the cot in. Give me the cot. Right in the middle. And you know what? Let's beautify this thing here. To hell and back. Let's go to, not stations, furniture. We need a metal block. I don't think we can afford the metal block. Sorry. We have to go with the large sculpting block. Yeah, we can't afford that. That's overkill. Let's put 2 of these bad boys in here. Let's give you 2 hanging pots. And let's put 2 flower pots on the bottom. I don't know if that's going to work. Probably not. Gonna try it anyway. Let's go into plumbing. Let's grab us an outhouse and put it over here. I know we're wasting time right now, but this is just too funny. I love it. And let's put in one extra one right here. And last but not least. Beautiful. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. Katrina Connelly's private asteroid impact zone bedroom. Love it. Absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth every second that we just spent on that. Okay, alright. These two extra tiles here. We could rip those out too while we're at it. Either shoot the meteor or lose your house, Katrina, that's right. Okay, let's finish this here real quick, dupes. Let's just give it a high priority and get it over with instantly, hopefully. That would be nice to see here. Calls it a cart. There we go. Tubes flooding in. Getting it done. What do we want to see? Put this here to left. Somebody come by and build the doors real quick. Thank you. Lock. Open. Done. Beautiful. Love it. Honey on the bottom. We still have enough water in here. The water's still cold enough at 18 degrees. Beautiful. Oxygen temperature coming out at 23, 24 degrees on the right. And right here at 27. The literal reason for that is this one extra tile right here? Sure. Why not? And let's make that one extra tile here. A radiant gas pipe as well. Just so the both of you have the exact same length. Let's see if that then matches somewhat more closely. It should. You would think at least. Okay, so far so good. That's great. Coming down here with our mercury and everything else. How is our oxygen? Very good. Not too shabby. And it's really looking pretty good, right? Down here, let's dig up those extra tiles right here that are just in our way. And let's come down here. All the way through. And let's see if we can liquefy a little bit more of this mercury right here. Probably not. I would hope so, but probably not. Guy can have dreams, I guess. I don't see that happening. In an absolute worst case scenario, we could chuck a liquid appetizer in here for a hot second, just heat it up by a handful of degrees, and make sure that this mercury here melts if we need to. I don't even think we have to, but we can. I vote for spending the first 200 plastic on a comfy bed to watch the apocalypse from. Done. 3C, done. Gotta have a beach chair for the prime view, that's right. We gotta have a beach chair as well. I really need to turn this off if we're gonna come here more often now. Let's lock this. Let's lock this. Lock it, I said. Open this. Let's open that. And dupes, come on. This is Katrina's bedroom. We need to really take care of this stuff. We can't just leave all our crap laying around here. This is not it, guys. Absolutely not. Wash basin. Always full with water. Outhouse. Always in impeccable quality. Cot. Let's find Katrina. Where are you at? You should be further up. There you are. Welcome to your new bedroom. Let's see what we have for you. I can offer 2 Adilla flowers. How about that? Can I plant something? I have no idea if I can or not. Let's try it. Frankel toast, sure. And it's gonna look uneven until we find something better, but the 3rd Adilla flower can live here as well. Alright, Katrina, you should be doing just fine. Dinosaur wallpaper. Dinosaur wallpaper. Really? Is that necessary? Okay, cool. What is it called? Drywall. I don't think... Do we have... What do we have even? I can barely tell what's on here. Pixel dardle. That's what we're looking for. Sure. Tons of dardles. Coming right up. And let's put some dardle carvings back here in the corner. There we go. Okay. Alright. That's enough now. Back to the actual problem at hand, which is this here, in case you have forgotten. That's the problem. So, let's fix that problem. Okay, let's come down all the way to right here. That's fine. I just need this here to be built as well. That's fine. That will just mix with the crude oil. That's no problem. Let's bring this down. Not like that. Let's bring this down. And let's bring this here down as well. Once again, this here's on a 9. That's fine. Katrina says, yes, my dream comes true. Hell yes. Oh, body temperature, what are you complaining about? Oh, you need to be cold. Yeah, that's not your environment. Okay, that's not it. That's not it. That's unfortunate, but that's not it. Somebody rip it out so we can clean it up. Until we have another flower available. Unfortunately, we don't have a single one, right? So, that's all we got. That's what it's gonna be. The mercury right here. Looks like something is molten a little bit, if nothing else. Definitely gotten a little bit less right here. It's fine. Or, actually, it has gotten more, not less. It has actually frozen, hasn't it? We may have to introduce a little bit of heat into this area right here. Thankfully, that is easy. At least comparatively easy. Let's check it out right here. We can go ahead and mop up here. Let's get rid of this nonsense. And let's dig through here as well. Just so we have a little bit more space here for the fluid. The fluid that we mop up here should just be chucked into this bottle emptier and fall straight back down. There shouldn't be an issue. Specifically, once we rip out these 3 tiles here, it shouldn't be a problem anymore at all. And yes, it is in fact up here melting. We can fix that with a little bit of a heat spike. I already have a plan for that. Will be pretty simple and straightforward, as we like it around here. We do need more nickel for that little fun game that we're about to play though. So well, let's make sure that happens. Carbon dioxide in here is at 43 degrees. That's fine. Freedom says to be honest here. There are bees that eat and refine uranium, cows that fly in outer space, teleportation, flowers that spread zombies, including spores, slugs that eat metal and create electricity. Yeah? Don't forget to assign Katrina to the bed. Already done. Katrina has been hard assigned. Kevin says, oh, that giant rock of doom slipped my mind. Sorry. You're gonna let the Maulier hit or destroy before impact? The plan is both. If we can. If we can, it's both. Because I haven't seen either option yet myself. Still to this moment, the only thing that I know about PPP is what we have discovered live here together on stream. Literally, I have not watched any videos, I have not looked anything up. So, I have not seen it implode or explode. Impact, I suppose, is the appropriate word, most appropriate word. You can't do both? Why can't you do both, Victor? You can't just save beforehand. We can't just shoot 90 or 95 of those things at it, and then stop shooting at it, and then make a save at that point. And then we can decide if we want to first blow it out of the sky, or if we want to first let it impact. And whichever we're going to do first, we're going to load it. Bam. Once again. 3C says, yes, the important problem. Petroleum to make into plastic to make a comfy bed for Katrina. That's right. Figon says we will start the BierTier multiverse, one universe with asteroid impact and one without. Yes, the extended BierTier multiverse. That's right. It comes in the Snyder Cut too. That's too funny. Does Bier care to avoid damage on impact or no spoilers? I mean, I do know that this is the impact zone. I just have no idea what it's going to do. We will try to build something here. I just don't know what it requires. With a little bit of luck, we can get our hands on some steel down here with some fossil. And maybe make some bunker tiles or something. But, I mean, everything beyond making the blast shots is absolute wishful thinking at this point in time. First, we need to make the blast shots. Then we can worry about what comes after that. That is the order of operation that we have to adhere to here, if we like it or not. It's really nice that you're eating down here. I hope it tastes good. Sure. Why not? In my play, I'm about to explore using amber to make plastic. Yeah, I have read that somewhere. Where does amber come from? Doesn't it have something to do with the lure plant and the big boy, whatever that thing is called? I don't remember the actual thing that's happening with our new water friend because we haven't had the time yet to look at it. There. Down here into the tiles. Yeah, we do have a stress reaction. That's what we saw here. We need to be a little bit more careful. That's why I'm wanting to get to this point right here, and then once again, take a little break to stop the dupes from coming down here, let their stress come back down. Because it is the stress from coming down here that it's killing them. Not exactly killing them, but it's harming them. So let's build this here, and let's take another little break here from coming down here, and let's go back up in the meantime. Okay, it looks like we have another printing pod ready. Good grief. Okay, we have 3 Bliss Burst seeds. We currently have 0. We have a Liam with decorating and rocketry, is skilled in bedside manners, and has an irritable bowel. Then we have Catalina in suit wearing, cooking and ranching, is an animal lover, and an unpracticed artist. And then last but not least, we have Freya on the right, is a farmer, likes or is frost-proof, is a night owl, but has an irritable bowel, and is Luddite on top of that. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button. Please let me know in chat what you guys think we should do, and of course, that's exactly what we are going to do. Also, can I ask once again, or remind you guys, let me put it that way once again, the like button on YouTube is a thing that exists, and it would help me out greatly if you could push that. We currently have 160 viewers and only 75 likes. If we could get that ratio up a tiny little bit, I would highly appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Yeah, down here. Yeah, down here. That is slightly unfortunate, but I think it's still okay. As a matter of fact, that helps us. As a matter of fact, that should help us because the plan is very simple and straightforward. Once we are low enough, I just wanted to dig over here. I thought we needed a metal spike, and we may still need a metal spike out of nickel over into this area right here. But we will see if just opening this here up for the time being is actually enough. I'm honestly curious, because it could technically be enough. But we will find out. I was about to say, don't tell me there are zombie spores hidden in that sucker. Because it could have well been. It wouldn't be the first time that I've seen something like that. A random tile that is filled with zombie spores. You dig it up, you think nothing, and it just explodes in your face. Unkindly Steve says, I think I warned you before in the beta. About what, Steve? Sorry, did I miss a message from you? What did you warn me about? Kevin says 175 today, much better ratio than the other day. That's right. What map is this? This is the new Prehistoric Planet Expansion Pack map. Brand spanking new, fresh from the press, was released last week, Thursday. Okay, let's see what this here does, and let's take a look if you guys brought up some votes. Okay, we have 1 vote for the seeds and 1 vote for Catalina, for another kitty from Music Kitty. That makes sense. Another vote for the seeds, another vote for Catalina. This first seeds right here. Reject all. You got 14 dupes already. You're incorrect, Ahmed. I got 17. Sarah already corrected you. Okay. Seeds. I changed mine to seeds. It's the seeds. It's clearly the seeds. The impact zone in beta, your base is not insulated. Yes. Yeah. I mean, we haven't done anything in that regard, clearly. I mean, I'm well aware of that. And putting insulation up, is that literally all it takes? Is it only going to introduce heat? Is it literally only going to destroy the tiles right here and heat up the tiles around it? I just don't know what's going to happen. So insulation is the bare minimum we're going to do, that's for sure. I mean, there's no question. But yeah, we will see what we come up with in the end. Words, why are you so incredibly stressed? What are you actually fucking with? What are you doing? I am truly curious. Because you should be mainly messing with dinosaurs. I mean, I did give you building as a pose, but I can't turn that off. How about you only mess with dinosaurs? Stay in the base. Do nothing. Just chill. Also, it would probably help to hook these here up and actually make this here a recreation room. That would potentially be a good thing. We just need 1 decor item. I just couldn't remember what the requirements are. the core item. We should be able to make that happen. Let's see. In furniture, we're just gonna grab us the large skeleton blocks here and there. And then these are all 120 watts. Should be able to just come in here like this and in here like that. And that should at least create this recreation room here. And hopefully that helps out at least a tiny little bit with our issues here. Good words. Flygon says, dinosaurs are a big stress factor. Did you watch any Jurassic Park? I guess you have a good point there. Maybe we need to remove words from the dinosaurs because he's too stressed by them. That may well be. Insulation will stop your base from melting, that's for sure. That's very true. I mean, we will, at the bare minimum, build insulation just along this line here. Potentially with a bunker tile in front of it, if we can. Like I said, it's still the plan. We still have plenty of time. Building insulation is thankfully really quick. 120 watts for a telephone? Holy shit. I mean, it's an intergalactic telephone, so I guess we gotta cut it some slack here. We have the recreation room. It's ready. At least we have that going for us. I'm gonna disable the sucker here. And yeah, it's only gonna give us the +1, obviously, because we are, well, the +2, I mean. At least one other duplicant should be there, but we are not gonna get the +4 morale boost because we don't have another telephone on another planetoid or on on a rock. So yeah. Can anyone come by here real quick and do that? Yes? Yes? Oh, you coming. There you are. I was like, what happened? You're just so fast, I can't even aim in at it. Do they give a buff for use the phones? They don't give a buff, but they do give a morale bonus for using it. Yeah. Okay, let's see if that little bit of heat right here, that is currently coming from one singular tile technically, is going to be enough to help us out a tiny little bit here with our heat. And if that is enough, it's probably not going to be enough. I probably will have to just implement a heat spike that comes across here to implement a little bit of extra heat just out of the environment, which is what we are trying to cool down anyway, so that works out in our favor. Down here on the bottom, our mercury is sitting at 1 to 2 degrees. It cooled down these layers here perfectly. That's what we wanted to see. If there are little dupes in the phone for transporting voice packets, then it's probably a very high latency. Yeah, probably so. Do we have a broken oxygen mask? Yes, we do. What I thought. Eventually it'll break. And that is exactly the problem. Now I had to manually wait. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of our 8 are broken. That's how long it took me to notice, because I couldn't set it up right away. I really hope they fix that. It's just the, quality of life thing that would be an easy fix to do. Okay, other than that, what is this random ass hill in here? I don't even know. But sure, rip it out. What else do we need right now? What else would help us other than going deeper? I want to wait another couple of minutes here to help out, hopefully a little bit more here. Yeah, that will have to happen for a minute, unfortunately. But the heat is creeping in here, so let's see what that does. Jazz is down here. What was the Spore Kit plan? The Spore Kit plan is to drown it. Or, well, that's the wrong word. We're not trying to drown it, we're trying to liquid lock it instantly, because we have crude oil right here, and we have mercury and polluted water right there. If we drop this here down, the crude oil will still very sad, and probably the mercury will linger on top right here, and it will create a liquid lock, and our carbon dioxide should theoretically, with a little bit of luck, never make it over here to the left. We will see if that works out the way we want it, but, we will, at the bare minimum, try. If nothing else. Word says the problem is by now I'm so good at hugging dinos that they just don't need to be hugged again for so long. Yeah, that's probably true. Who is starting? Oh, Jazz. Yeah, I mean, Jazz is doing the brunt of the work here. As a matter of fact, we do have now more than enough dupes here that have good skills, like, for example, Dimitris, that we can also send down there to help out. So let's do precisely that. Pretty sure the story is closed for him. Yeah, it is. I thought so. Dimitris, you're not allowed to come in here. You should be skilled enough to go down there. There's other fun things that happen throughout the map I can spoil, but a fair hint is just insulate your base against thermals all around your base, but you will be fine if you just get the top. We will learn the hard way, I guess. That is a little bit of a spoiler, because obviously I would have insulated it here, but I don't know what you mean with all around. That is slightly worrying. Lolo says, is it warm enough for fresh water also? Down here on the bottom, it has 92 degrees. It's almost hot enough to boil fresh water. Okay, we have the insulated tile right here. I guess we're getting closer to the moment of truth. I mean, theoretically speaking, we wouldn't even have to drop anything down here. We could literally just corner build the entire freaking thing here, couldn't we? There's nothing stopping us from doing so. I just realized that. But you know what? We did the same thing yesterday. Yeah, I know. We don't have enough mercury in here. We do have to go with the corner building probably. Because this mercury right here, everything that we have left, and it's already relatively warm, I really need to drop on top of this oil reservoir right here. It really needs to be dropped right on top here. So, let's see if we can make that happen. Also, while we're here, grab this extra bit of gold. And just have gold sitting right here, not grab it. Be crazy. Okay, let me take another look into our decor overlay here, and let's see what is really bad. All around here, down here on the bottom, of course, and over here, the left side. The left side over here, there's not a hell of a lot we can do about it. That is just, it's just gonna suck here, unless... Nah, this area here is way too negative to ever bring that up in a reasonable amount of time and effort. Nah, that's gonna suck no matter what we do. It's unfortunate, but, you know, that is just part of the metal refinery. So. Someone did spoil it already. But hopefully no one who didn't want to get spoiled was paying attention. Spoiled what? I thought they did. I appreciate that you've been careful about that. Yes. Okay, let's see. The mercury down here is at 39 degrees negative. We needed 34 degrees negative. In the 4 overlay, yeah, we're going to build us a heat spike. We are going to make a short process out of this here. We're not going to mess around with it. Nickel, we are going to bring you straight over, and we're going to bring you straight in here. Probably don't need to go that far, quite honestly, but screw it. It's going to be 100% temporary anyway. We're going to rip this here back out. We're going to get every last gram of nickel back, so it's not going to be an issue whatsoever. And we are just going to grab the heat from this igneous rock over here, transfer it through the metal tiles straight into our mercury. We will lose some, of course, into the carbon dioxide, but that is going to be negligible. Let's see. Heat, 28 tons, that's fine. Nickel, 5.9 tons, that's fine. LG, 1,600 kilograms. Apparently must have dug up some of that. Let me also throw a few more things on the screen here, like iron. Like, for example, lime, if you already have some, we do. And refined carbon. So we can keep a little bit better track of it. That should be good. Okay, looks like we have some brine that's dripping down there. What's down there, it doesn't matter. That's totally fine with us. You know what? As a matter of fact, this could actually be helpful right now. That is helpful right now. Yes, that is helpful right now. We can now take this opportunity and dig this here up, get rid of this nonsense, and just release all of the salt water right here on this brine. It is relatively cold. We can just dump it all the way down here. It's not going to be in our way. Quite to the contrary. It's going to help us. Suddenly, ethanol heat deletion, right? What are we doing here? Okay, I think we are starting to work on it at the bare minimum. Yeah, let's dig this here up as well, just so we can get rid of it. And let's just let this brine here run down for a minute. And then we mop up the rest and be done with it. So at least that eyesore here is gone once and for all. Very, very good indeed. That is still too high, yeah. Let's give it another few seconds. That stuff's just going to drop straight down here. It's just going to increase the mass, and that's fine. Spoilers, BierTier, that copper geyser will be an issue. Why? It's sitting right here. It has the perfect dimensions for a timer. I think it's going to be fine. I will put a break room next to the nature reserve, and bless you, beer. Thank you. Appreciate that. It is basically right beside it. I mean, as beside it, more or less, as it can be, basically. But yeah, let's see here. The rest of the stuff is dropping down. Let's get rid of the soaping wet, or better to say, the wet feet debuff here as soon as we can. We don't have to deal with that nonsense constantly. That is, of course, also a stress of source that we can easily avoid and fix. As a matter of fact, let's just go through the base real quick once to make sure that there's nothing here that I left somewhere where they're walking through every single cycle probably 10 times. Doesn't look like it. It's actually cleaner than I expected. Much cleaner. Right here. Yeah, that's a cool chlorine vent coming out at 5 degrees Celsius, where it is 100% correct. All right. Very good. Plastic yet? No, we are not at plastic yet. We are getting there, though. Slowly but steadily. But yes, we are making our way down here. Not for plastic, though. That's not our goal. Our goal is, as a matter of fact, to get our hands on petroleum for blast shots. That's what we want. Okay, dupes. I want to make a little bit more progress here. Got about 20 more minutes or so. At about 10:30 or so, I need to call it. I need to wake up in the morning, guys. Unfortunately, I would love to hang around longer. Trust me, we're only at cycle 110. And I hope we can get a few more cycles in before that. But, yeah. Marinius uses BierTier from Oxygen Not Included, the worldwide Oxygen Not Included pro player. Yeah, I think that is the worst description I've heard. Assume SHC of chlorine is low, extremely low. I believe it is so low that it's the lowest of any gas. Or is it the thermal conductivity that's the lowest? I can't recall. Let's see. Let's see, 0.48. Yeah, I believe it is the lowest, if I remember that correctly. It is the lowest out of all the gases in specific heat capacity. I believe so, if I'm not wrong. If I'm not completely mistaken. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. And then we can rip this one out, build this one, build the last two. Actually, this one here we can already build, and then be done with it and move along our merry way. But once B has petrol flowing for blast shot, he can divert a little bit for plastic and set up some active cooling and tame that copper volcano and maybe the steam vent nearby too. Yeah, I mean, once we have it flowing somewhat steady, somewhat sustainably, I don't think that should be a big problem, actually. How is our oxygen looking? I was just realizing that I need to turn on one extra one of these bad boys right here. Because we have 17 dupes, but only 2 electrolyzers running, the math is not adding up here. We need one more, and that's why this here looks like that. Yep, that's exactly why. Now with a third one running, our 4 pumps here are still doing the work, putting it all out, but just this time in a amount that it should make a difference. As a matter of fact, I am not going to turn this one on, but this one here is actually closer to the pumps and will help us out a little bit more. Let's do it like this here. The 3 on the right, the ones that are closest to our pumps here, will be running, and that will make our pumps here run slightly more consistent as well. All right, very good. Looks great. And now our oxygen is also at the appropriate, or not appropriate, at the same temperature at 23 degrees on each side. Very, very good. And our base right here is slowly but steadily. This here was all nice and highly red or orange. Now it's going into a nice yellow color. Slowly but steadily, the temperature in our base is going down, cooling it with our own water. Very, very nice. Okay, this is built. Very good. That's not what I want. That's what I want. Let's put that stuff in. Here, there, and here. And let's go. And Line priority, rip her out. And then let's move along here on our merry way. Very, very good. Truly nice to see that this here is working. This time a little bit better. But still only cycle 111. Forgotten blueprint. I said it again. I keep saying it. What is wrong with me? Forgotten printing pod is ready. Let's grab us a blueprint. That's what I'm trying to say here. We have an Ari with decorating and researching. Has super duper hard digging skills. Has a green thumb but is a mouth breather. Then we have a Devon with doctoring plus 10. Is a grease monkey but also very unempathetic and has a tiny blood. We also have spiffy overalls and 3 pike apple bush seeds, of which we currently have 13 available. Those are our 4 options up here on the top with the rechecked all button on the bottom. You guys know the drill. Let me know in chat what we should do. And that is precisely what's going to happen. All right. Very, very good. Yes. Bring the brine. Bring me tons and tons of brine. Let's mop it up again. Make sure this nonsense here is out of our way, and we do not, once again, accumulate constantly the wet feet debuff right here. We will still get it on the bottom, obviously, for the dupes to go down there, but at least right here. Walking past here should not cause a stress reaction all by itself before we do anything else. We're at 86% though, with 2 dupes. Massage tables. God, I kind of want to build them, but when I remember what they did yesterday and how broke they currently are, it really scares me, honestly. Maybe just for a minute or two, a couple of them. Does the massage parlor actually give a benefit? I do not recall, because I barely ever built it. No, it does not. Actually, does it? It says he receiving massage and massage clinic will significantly improve stress reduction. I think that it does. I don't think it gives a morale boost. We should probably build one of those. Minimum size 12 tiles, 1 decor item, and a massage table. We can make that happen. Relatively easy. So let's make it happen. The egg cracker. I'm just going to move the crafting station over to give us a little bit more space here. Going to grab the doors here, doors there. That's going to be fine. Let's put in massage tables. Like I said, maybe only 2. 1 right here, 1 right there. And let's put us a decor item. See, that actually works out perfectly. I can put a total of 4 down with right smack dab in the middle. One of our beautiful scripting blocks. Beautiful. That will work. I guess I can build 4 inches power too. That's a good point. That is a very good point. Also, I hope you don't mind that we are pumping straight carbon dioxide straight into your face while you're getting a massage. That's just part of the experience, right? That's how it goes sometimes. On this power wire here, we do not have a lot. Great. So let's bring it straight through here. Hide it into the walls at least. Use the dino skin in the massage table. Okay, alright. Okay. Dino skin. Coming along. Just because you asked. Okay. Open the doors and let's come back up here and let's see if you guys had some votes here. Let's start this time with Twitch. 1 vote for Ari. Outfit, words, needs overalls. Apparently music says that words needs overalls. Alright. Schedule entertainment time. You're correct. We do also have to check our schedule here. But that is a vote for Ari and a vote for the overalls on Twitch and on YouTube. Overalls, 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 overalls. Overalls. Overalls, overalls, Ari. It's overalls. And apparently words wants them, so sure, why not? Where are you at? Not the seed, not the care package. Where is... Am I blind? Where's the damn thing? There they are. Where's words? All the way on the bottom. Assign it to him. Look at this monstrosity. Actually, it's not that bad. That's actually looking pretty decent. That actually looks perfect for a farmer, honestly. Where are you going? I want to see you in here. Wait, what? Where are you at? There you are. Where are you heading? Aren't you super unhappy? Shouldn't you be the last loop that goes all the way down there? Oh, you picked up a piece of ice. Sure, why not? Okay, cool. That works. That you're allowed to do. As long as you don't go all the way down there, it's fine. What do we have in our shaft here? Polluted oxygen. That's perfect. And of course, also, thank you very much for the follow. Can't forget about that. Staticarius, truly appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Okay, let's hook this pump here up just for a hot minute. Might as well. Pump out a little bit more of the carbon dioxide here while we are at it. Might as well. How is my heat spike doing? Heat spike's doing heat things. Perfect. It does exactly what I expected to do. We are back at liquid mercury. And the rest here should melt very soon as well. We still have a few more degrees that we can extract out of this area here without too much trouble. And you know what? If you want to speed up the process, we put in one extra tile and it'll be fine. I'm telling you guys, heat spikes are highly underrated. They're super simple to build. And if you want to move heat from one direction to another or the cold, whichever way you want to go, putting in some metal tiles sometimes does more than anything else. It is so simple, so easy, so fast. Highly recommend. All right, let's make our way all the way down here to the diamond. That's next on the agenda. Across the board, really. Something just like this here should do as well. And we can see we maintained the vacuum thanks to our corner building. But the truth is the same would have worked just the same if we would have dropped all of this here into this area. But we went the smarter way because we need it once again down here on the bottom. Fix the smoker output before the end of the stream, please. What do you mean fix it? It is fixed. It's right there. It's working. It's doing what it's supposed to do. The smoker's smoking. The dupe's getting massaged. I don't see the problem, honestly. I don't know where to put it. I mean, I could put it out here. I could put it out here. In the F7 overlay. Let's put it out here. That should fix it. Okay. Bridge it onto the space pipe. Where? Oh, that is actually a smart idea. I like that idea. Yeah, that is a great idea. How the space pipe goes right past here. How did I not think of that? Smart. I love it. Beautiful. Who said that? Let me check real quick. Who that said it? Why do you play on 2 times speed, not 3 times? This is 3 times. I have this because my 3 times speed is actually 10 times, as you may be able to tell. So the middle speed is actually the appropriate speed for us here. With a bridge not direct, that is very true. Actually, I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't think it matters for this purpose here at all. I don't think it matters for those 20-gram packets. I think it's fine. It'll back up the pipe and cause the exhaust pump to run slow with a bridge. It'll just add to the existing packages. I mean, yes, I know, but we are way past the point where we have to turn this thing here back off anyway. You know what I'm saying? This pipe here is technically not in use. Every 10 cycles or so, we turn it on for 20 seconds and turn it back off. That's all we're doing with it. It's okay. Yeah. Other than that, our stress level have drastically dropped, which means, how about we do some work, dudes? Anybody feel like working? There we go. Let's bring this here properly down here. This here is basically all molten now. Still introducing a little bit more heat here. Yep. Right along here and straight into there. Perfect. And the last few tiles of mercury here will probably melt very, very soon as well. Not that we need that much, but, you know, since we're already here, might as well. Might as well dig this ice here out as well. So we can grab it and we can bring it up here into our storage area. This is actually going to become a problem. I may have to expand our storage area because when we look at this here, our water is going to overflow. This here is a total of 18 tiles that we have available. And we have 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, and soon to be 32 tons worth of ice in here, which equals, of course, also 32 tons of water. So yeah, that is quite literally gonna blow up in our face very soon if we're not gonna do something about it. Yeah. What are we gonna do about it? I mean, the only reasonable, somewhat reasonable option is to go lower. So let's see if we can plop in another floor of insulated tiles along here. Too high. Let's dig it out. What do we have here? Anything that's gonna break on me? I don't know how much peat can hold. I hope it can hold a column of 5 high. Guess we will find out one way or another, won't we? Okay. At least the right side here I'm gonna block off. So if the worst happens, hopefully it doesn't flow off to the right. It just flows to the left in here where it doesn't matter too much. Guess we will see how that goes. Alright, down here on the bottom, we do need a higher priority. We do in fact need a higher priority. There we go. Our brine here and our mercury is up to 40 degrees. We are currently cooling down this diamond right here. And in here on the right side, we just have to check it out real quick. There should be no spores. No, there are not. But we have 1, 2, and 3 spore kits. 2 spore kits. Yeah, no, all 3 of them. I believe strongly that we can kill all 3 of them with a little bit of luck and a little bit of preparation work here. Yeah, I got a plan here. Okay, I'm betting the timeline after impact unless BierTier doesn't mind rebuilding a lot of the base. Guess we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, what's most likely gonna happen is what we do a lot on this channel. I let you guys decide. Actually, let's wait with this one here. Yeah, I will let probably you guys decide. If we get to that point, if we actually make it next weekend to the cycle 200, and that is 100% the goal. 100% the goal that we will make it to cycle 200 next weekend. That I will let you guys decide after my vacation in Germany if we are going to continue after the impact or if we're going to continue after the destruction. Well, in orbit, I suppose. Not necessarily in orbit, but in space at the bare minimum. Okay. Is it a vacation if it's home? It's a vacation if you don't have to work. I think that qualifies all by itself. It's still a vacation if I just sit here and do shit all day long. As long as I don't have to work, it counts. Dreadip says, nailed it. Nailed it. Yep, that is how vacation works. Where it says beer, what are shale thermals like? Shale? Let's see. What is built out of shale? Actually, insulated tiles are built out of shale. Shale! Right here, that's what we're looking at. We are looking at a thermal conductivity of 1.8 and a specific heat capacity of 0.2. Of course, unless it's built in an insulated tile or an insulated pipe of any kind, then it goes down to a thermal conductivity of 0.018. Gotta keep in mind that the insulated tiles change the properties of the elements from their base stats. You're still making insulated tiles from shale? Because I don't care about these insulated tiles here. They do not really serve that much of a purpose. They are just here to mainly hold the extra mercury that is in insane amounts of quantities to our left and our right, away from our shaft. I mean, I do want 3 or 4 tiles here, but not more than that. I mean, we are basically at the max here that I'm willing to go with it. I hope my skipped comments aren't as relevant as I think. I'm sorry, Kevin. What did I miss? Is that counting as a massage clinic, or is that a workbench blocking it? The workbench shouldn't be blocking it. Actually, it's still here. But it didn't block it because we looked at it a second ago. No, the workbench is actually not blocking it. That's actually fascinating. I put it out here. That was apparently for nothing. I expected the workbench to block it. I didn't even realize that it wasn't deconstructed. I thought it's just 4 massage tables. Honestly, didn't see it. That's actually quite interesting that the crafting station apparently doesn't matter. Quite fancy. Quite fancy indeed. Okay, let's rip this last tile here out. Our brine here is at 24 degrees. We may have to see here. Let's flood it. Let's flood this area right here. And let's see what the temperature ends up being in this general area right here. We can also go ahead in, well, we need our oil well. Oil well built out of gold. Is going to live right there. That we can immediately build. That's totally fine. And it's not going to cause any harm. We can just drop this here down. Totally fine. No issues. The main problem is once again going to be the venting. And for the venting, I think we are going to grab us one Rex that is original. If we still have one, with scale growth 100, it's 157. Yeah, we still have 43 cycles left to shear this thing here and make us one single atmosuit. So when we turn this oil well here on, we are ready to have one single atmosuit for one single dude that can do this job. And that's going to be their job, and that's going to be it down here in this area. But for right now, we're just trying to soak up as much heat from this area here as we can. Obviously, need some insulated tiles around there. Let's build it out of Ignis. This time around, they do matter, at least a little bit more. Let's do it right. There we go. Oil well is being built. And we have it. It exists. I can see it with my own eyeballs. It's actually here. I can't barely believe it myself, but there it is. Okay, very good. We will have to once again come up here and come over here a little bit more towards the right side so we can come downwards and whatnot. All that will have to happen. But that is, at least for right this moment, not even our concern. We're going to rip our heat spike back out. We don't need it anymore. Because now it's a matter of how can we drop this mercury in a way down here that we hit all the spore kits at the same time. Not at the same time necessarily, but one after another at the bare minimum. That would be best case scenario if we can flood out all three of them. Two of them are super simple because they already have crude oil under it, so all we need is literal drops of any other fluid to make sure that the spore kit doesn't come out with any kind of spores. And then we have right here this extra one. But yes, that will be future music for the next stream, because it is currently 10:28, and I said 10:30 is game over, and I am a man of my word. That's it for today. All right, guys, thank you very, very much for joining today. Truly, truly appreciate every last one of you. Nuts, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. One last favor that I will ask from you is, if you haven't liked the stream yet, I would truly appreciate it if you could do so. It helps me out greatly with the algorithm. You guys know it. And, of course, it doesn't cost anything. But yes, once again, I had a great time. I had a great time yesterday. I had a great time the day before. I had a great time today. Thank you all for joining. Some of you for the third time in a row. That's absolutely amazing. But yeah, that is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.